Good evening and welcome, everybody. Thanks for taking the time out of your night to join us for tonight's public hearing. This is a public hearing for an Eagle Industrial NPDES permit application that was submitted by Enbridge Energy Limited Partnership in Emmett and Mackinaw counties. My name is Ryan Blazik. I'm with Eagle's Environmental Support Division. I will be the moderator and the hearings officer for tonight's public hearing. As a moderator, just have a couple things to go through before we get started. All right, in case you haven't joined us for one of these hearings before, this is our agenda. This is what it's going to look like for tonight. We're going to start off with an introduction. That's what we're doing right now. And then we're going to go into an informational session. So Eagle staff are going to present some information on this application that was received. And then we're going to follow that up with a question and answer session. So you have an opportunity to ask a question on the project. We're going to go ahead and explain how we're going to do that a little bit later. And that'll take us to around 6:45. And we want to make sure we get everybody's comments in. So at that point, we're going to start the hearing part, and that's where we'll have an opportunity to make a statement for the record on this application. We're also going to cover the other ways to submit an official comment in case you didn't want to make a statement tonight, and then who to contact with further questions. All right, just so you're aware, all lines are going to be muted during this hearing tonight, so you'll be able to hear us, but we can't hear you. We will be able to unmute you so you can make your statement and to ask a question during the question and answer session if you should choose to do so. You can submit a question at any time, though, using the Q&A box in your Zoom toolbar. You'll see that at the bottom of your screen. You can just type your question in and send it to us, and we'll answer as many of those as we can during that Q&A period. I should also mention, if we have folks who are on the telephone, you will have an opportunity to raise your hand as well and to make a comment, and we'll explain how we're going to do that a little bit later. Also, just so you're aware, we are recording this hearing. The hearing will be posted on our YouTube channel in a couple days. Probably won't be posted until Monday due to the holiday, but we are recording it, and you will be able to watch it again if you choose to do so. All right, at this time, we're going to do the other Eagle staff introductions. As mentioned, my name is Ryan Blazik, the hearings officer, and I'm with Environmental Support Division as the moderator, and I'm the Water Resources Outreach Specialist for Eagle. All right, take it away, Tarek.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tarek Buckmaster, and I supervise the Industrial Permits Unit in Permit Section and Water Resources Division. And our unit is responsible for issuing the NPDES permit for this site.
Hi, my name is Hannah Schroeder-Larkins, and I'm a permit writer in the Industrial Permit Unit.
Hello, my name is Andrea Munoz-Hernandez, and I'm the Permit Section Manager.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Joseph Haas, the Eagle Water Resource Division District Supervisor in the Gaylord Field Office.
All right, thank you all for those introductions. We're going to go ahead and move into the information session presentation, which Hannah is going to provide for us. So feel free to share your screen and take it away with the presentation, Hannah. All right, looks good.
Great, thanks, Ryan. Good evening again. My name is Hannah Schroeder-Larkins, and I'm a permit writer in the Industrial Permits Unit within Water Resources Division. Today, I'll be presenting on the proposed reissuance of the NPDES permit for Enbridge Energy Line 5, Straits of Mackinac. Before jumping into the permit, I wanted to provide some more background information about the Industrial Permits Unit and where we fit in Michigan's government. We are part of the Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy, or EGLE. EGLE's job is to protect Michigan's environment and public health by managing air, water, land, and energy resources. Within EGLE, we are part of Water Resources Division. Water Resources Division is tasked with ensuring Michigan's waters are safe and clean for what we call protected uses, which includes things like drinking, recreation, fishing, and a healthy overall ecosystem. Water Resources Division has a variety of programs such as wetland and floodplain regulation, critical dune protection, and permit issuance, which we will discuss today. Within Water Resources Division, we are part of Permit Section, which is responsible for issuance of all wastewater discharge permits to both surface and groundwaters of the state of Michigan. The Industrial Permits Unit issues National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permits, for wastewater discharges from industrial and commercial facilities to surface waters of the state under the Federal Clean Water Act and state law. This includes a wide range of facilities such as steam electric power plants, sand and gravel mines, manufacturing facilities, contaminated groundwater treatment systems, and construction projects, just to name a few. We issue permits under the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act, or NREPA 451. Part 31, Water Resources Protection of NREPA, regulates all wastewater discharges in the state of Michigan. Within Part 31, there are a number of rules that have been promulgated. In particular, we operate under the Part 21 Wastewater Discharge Permit rules that set out standards for NPDES permits, and the Part 4 Water Quality Standards, and Part 8 Water Quality-Based Effluent Development for Toxic Substances rules, all of which allow Water Resources Division to implement the law. That is, they provide the specifics of how to do it. Eagle currently has 2 permits for the Enbridge Line 5 project under consideration, the Joint Permit Application and the NPDES Permit. The Joint Permit Application is being considered under Part 303 Wetlands Protection and Part 325 Great Lakes Submerged Lands. This application already went through public comment in July and August of 2025. A decision on this application is expected to be made by July 16th of this year. I would like to emphasize that the Part 303 and 325 Joint Application Review is completely separate from the NPDES application review. The NPDES permit is the only permit we will be discussing today. We like to remind people that an industrial surface water discharge permit does not eliminate the need to obtain any other permits or approvals from other units of government. The NPDES permit is just one piece of the puzzle. We only administer the Part 21 rules along with the rules for water quality standards and effluent limitation development in accordance with federal NPDES permitting requirements. The NPDES permitting process regulates the discharge of pollutants into the surface waters of the state. The permits include multiple mechanisms for controlling the discharge of pollutants, such as effluent limitations, monitoring requirements, and other conditions for site-specific concerns. The 2 types of standards used to develop limitations for a proposed discharge include treatment technology-based standards and water quality-based standards. For treatment technology-based standards, the EPA has developed effluent limitation guidelines, or ELGs, for specific industries. These ELGs set industry-wide standards that all wastewater dischargers must attain. ELGs are often based upon treatment technologies, but they don't specify the type of treatment required to be used to meet the standard. The other standards used are water quality-based standards, which are developed through a site-specific evaluation of water conditions at the discharge point to waters of the state. The treatment technology-based standards look at the industry and proposed treatments. We look towards the standards developed by EPA for certain industries, and when we cannot find the industry in the effluent limit guidelines, we can implement best professional judgment and look at the proposed treatment and wastewater types to develop limits. In this case, there are no effluent limitation guidelines for tunnel construction, so we look at similar types of discharges that have been permitted. In this case, the Dredging Operations General Permit previously developed is the best comparison for the Enbridge Tunnel construction project. Water quality-based standards are established to protect the designated uses of our surface waters. This includes uses such as fishing, swimming, and aquatic life. Our biologists and engineers use a variety of information from the application and existing site-specific water quality data, and they recommend limitations for parameters that are expected to be present at levels of concern. In general, draft NPDES permits are developed using information submitted in the application documents and recommendations provided from the water quality-based reviews and treatment technology-based reviews. In cases where recommendations for the same parameter are developed for both sets of standards, the more stringent value is included in the permit. For example, if a water quality-based limitation for a specific parameter is 10 milligrams per liter and the treatment technology-based limitation is 5 milligrams per liter, we are required to include the 5 milligrams per liter limitation in the permit, so that the permit is protective of both standards. Other monitoring requirements and effluent limitations included in the permit are also reviewed for consistency with other similar types of discharge. During each permit reissuance, the department reevaluates information on the discharge from the facility, reviews any permit violations, and conducts site inspections. The department then determines whether any requirements need to be added to the permit to meet permitting requirements or to protect water quality. Also, the department will remove any requirements from the permit that have been determined no longer necessary to ensure the discharge meets standards. Now, with all that in mind, we'll move on to the proposed reissuance of the NPDES permit for Enbridge Line, Enbridge Line 5. The purpose of the proposed project is to house a segment of the existing Line 5 dual pipelines that cross the Straits of Mackinac. The pipelines are proposed to be housed in a 21-foot diameter tunnel that will be constructed using a tunnel boring machine. During this proposed construction, wastewater will be generated from multiple sources and will include wastewaters associated with the construction of the tunnel, non-contact cooling water, hydrostatic pressure test water, and stormwater. All construction-generated wastewater will be treated prior to discharge to ensure that the discharge meets water quality standards. Water needed for construction will be sourced from a cooling water intake structure located near the south side of the facility through municipal sources and from treated wastewater that will be reused. Stormwater at the sites will be collected in stormwater basins and will be infiltrated through the soil or discharged through outfalls 1 and 3. After construction is completed, all post-construction discharge will occur on the south side, except for the one-time hydrostatic pressure test, which will occur on the north side. Discharge on the south side will be comprised of stormwater and groundwater infiltration. The one-time hydrostatic pressure test would be completed after the pipeline is installed. Wastewater generated from this hydrostatic pressure test would discharge through outfall 3 on the north. During construction, most of the wastewater generated at the site will be from the use of the tunnel boring machine. Wastewater will be generated during the tunnel boring machine launch, as groundwater and infiltration water are dewatered out of the shaft, as operational water for the tunnel boring machine, and water used for the tunnel boring machine slurry management. As I mentioned before, all of the construction-related wastewater generated will be treated at the on-site treatment plant prior to discharge. The 3 main treatment stages include primary solid separation, flocculation and coagulation, and pH adjustment and sand filtration. All wastewater will be monitored prior to discharge to ensure that the wastewater meets water quality standards. Wastewater during construction is proposed to be discharged through outfalls 1 and 3. On this slide, there's a map where you can see the outfall locations for the proposed project. Outfall 1 is located on the south side at the Straits of Mackinac station facility. Outfall 3 is located on the north side of the Straits at the North Straits facility. Both outfalls will discharge to Lake Michigan. For the rest of this presentation, I'll be referring to outfall 1 as the south side and outfall 3 as the north side. Now I'd like to highlight some of the modifications that have been proposed during the reissuance process for the south side. Enbridge is proposing to only discharge post-construction wastewater comprised of groundwater seepage and stormwater on the south side at outfall 1. In the previously issued permit, post-construction wastewater was authorized to be discharged at both the south and the north side outfalls. Additionally, Enbridge proposes to install 1 intake structure in Lake Michigan on the south side. In the current permit, multiple intake structures were proposed on both the north and the south sides. It's proposed that this intake structure on the south will now be installed via horizontal directional drilling in order to reduce disturbance of the lake bed. Previously, Enbridge proposed installing the intake structures directly on the lake bed. For monitoring point 1A during construction, limitations for total residual chlorine, dissolved oxygen, total phosphorus, chronic toxicity, and hydrogen peroxide have been added to the proposed permit. These parameters were added to ensure that possible water treatment additive use does not lead to a violation of water quality standards. Other additions to the proposed permit include monitoring for sulfate and increasing the monitoring frequency for total suspended solids and pH to daily. For monitoring point 1A post-construction, the only addition to the proposed permit was sulfate monitoring. Now I'd like to highlight some of the modifications that have been proposed during the reissuance process on the north side. Hydrostatic pressure test water discharge is proposed to occur on the north. In the current permit, hydrostatic pressure test water was authorized for discharge on the south side. Water for the hydrostatic testing will come from the intake structure located on the south of the Straits. As I mentioned previously, Enbridge is no longer proposing to install a water intake structure on the north side of the Straits. The only water intake structure proposed will be located on the south side. Water needed for construction on the north will either be sourced from municipal sources, or it will come from the intake structure on the south, and it will be trucked to the north side. Similarly to the south side for monitoring point 3A during construction, limitations for total residual chlorine, dissolved oxygen, total phosphorus, chronic toxicity, and hydrogen peroxide have been added to the proposed permit. Again, these parameters were added to ensure that possible water treatment additive use does not lead to a violation of water quality standards. Other additions to the proposed permit include monitoring for sulfate and increasing the monitoring frequency for total suspended solids and pH to daily. There will be no discharge associated with monitoring point 3A post-construction. Several modifications have been made to the permit conditions since the previous issuance. 2 permit conditions were removed from the proposed permit. First, monitoring point 1B was removed, which previously authorized a discharge of hydrostatic pressure test water. This hydrostatic pressure test discharge has been moved to monitoring point 3B on the north. Secondly, monitoring point 3A was removed, as Enbridge is no longer proposing to have any post-construction discharge from the north side. Several permit conditions were also added or revised. As I previously mentioned, monitoring point 3B was added in order to accommodate the hydrostatic pressure testing on the north. An intake structure condition was added to provide additional monitoring specific to the intake structure that will be located on the south of the Straits. The cooling water intake structure condition has been revised and replaces the intake screen backwash condition. The liner requirements condition has been added to ensure all stormwater detention ponds meet the proper liner requirements. And finally, the notifications of operational status condition has been added and replaces the engineering review condition. This condition expands on the notifications that Enbridge is required to provide EGLE prior to commencing various phases of construction. That concludes the overview of the proposed permit. Before we move on to the question and answer session, I'm going to address how to submit comments in MyEnviro for anyone interested in submitting comments after the public hearing. You should start out on the MyEnviro homepage and select the public notice search option. In the site name search bar, type out Enbridge. As you scroll over the entry, it will highlight blue. Click within the entry to take you to the next page. That will take you to this page. You can select the Documents tab to view the draft permit and related documents, or you can select the Add Comment button at the top of the page to take you to the comment submission form. This is what that form should look like. The only required items are your name, email address, and comment. However, there are other fields you can fill out, including a drop box in case you'd like to submit any attachments. Once filled out, you just have to click Submit. And that's it for me. I'm going to hand things back over to Ryan.
All right. Thank you, Hannah, for providing that presentation. We're going to move right into the question and answer session. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again, and we'll kind of share how we're going about doing that today. All right. So if you have a question and would like to ask a question, you can submit your questions using the Q&A box in your toolbar at the bottom of your screen. So you can just type your question into us, send it to us, and I'll ask it to our panel. If you prefer to ask your question verbally out loud, you can click the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. So just click that raised hand icon, and that'll raise your hand in Zoom, and we'll call on you so that you can ask your question. Or if you're on the phone, we have some phone and callers. It looks like you can select *9 on your phone, and that will raise your hand in Zoom. We'll call you using the last 4 digits of your phone number. We'll unmute you. You'll be able to mute yourself and ask your question. A couple other things I just want to mention quick before we get started. Just that this session is for questions. So if you have a statement that you'd like to make on this application and permit, please hold that statement for the hearing part that we're going to be doing next. So that'll be helpful if you hold on to that and then ask your question if you have a question during this part. I would also like to ask our panelists, they can turn their cameras on when we go through the questions so that we can have kind of like a question and answer session panel. And also Jim Ostrowski, who is with Eagles Environmental Support Division as well, is on the line. And he'll be putting stuff in the chat. So keep an eye on the chat. There'll be information that's put in there as we go on tonight. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I will kind of go back and forth between the raised hands and the Q&A box. I will go ahead and start with the question and answer box. All right, to our panel. Has the applicant gotten their wetlands permit yet? And then what about the submerged lands permit?
Yeah, so tonight we're going to be discussing the NPDES permit, the wetlands, the Part 303 and 325 permit. Is another permit that Eagle is considering currently, but that deadline for a decision will be July 16th.
All right, thank you. Can you please explain the scientific rationale for the removal of the TDS limit? And that's a total dissolved solids for the audience. So the question is, please explain scientific rationale for the removal of the TDS limit.
Yeah, I can get started, and then Tarek, if you want to take the rest of that question. So the facility does have a treatment system set up in order to help remove solids from the discharge. Like I mentioned in the presentation, there's 3 stages. First being primary separation, which uses screens and hydroclones to be able to remove large pieces of excavated material and sediment. And then it'll move towards the secondary separation phase, which creates coagulation with some of those finer particles to help trap them, make them a little bit larger, and remove them from the discharge. And then the third part of that treatment is meant more for polishing. So that's just to make sure that the discharge will be complying with the limits that are within the permit. And then Tarek, do you want to talk about how we establish the TDS limits in the permit?
So yes, for total dissolved solids, we did not include limits in the permit. It is for regulating it through the toxicity because of the expected discharge concentration of dissolved solids and the amount of mix that's available in the receiving water. It would the limit would be too elevated. It would exceed the toxicity level of TDS. So instead of including specific TDS limits, we just regulate it through whole effluent toxicity. But we don't expect the TDS levels to be at levels of concern.
Okay, thank you both. The next question is a multi-part question, and then we'll kind of work our way through this one, and then we'll go to some of the raised hands. And so the question is, what are you testing for? How often, i.e. effluent, are you testing? Is kind of the first part of that question. And then will there be anyone in Eagle's RRD, Remediation and Redevelopment Division, included in testing and oversight?
Yeah, so there's a variety of parameters that we've included in the permit. I listed a few additions that we included, like chronic toxicity, hydrogen peroxide, TRC. You can take a look at the draft permit. It's part of the documents that are listed in the public notice section. And so you can take a look at what specific parameters are being monitored for in the discharge. And they all have different frequencies of monitoring. So some may be daily, some may be weekly. It just depends on the parameter. And then for the second part of that question with RRD, we don't have anyone from RRD directly involved in compliance and oversight, at least in the NPDES process, but we do have compliance staff who are specific for the Enbridge tunnel construction project, and they will do regular inspections and ensure that Enbridge is staying in compliance with their permit.
All right, thanks, Hannah. And we're going to kind of work my way through the rest of the question. Will Eagle or anyone be monitoring and reporting effluent water temperature daily or at all? Will there be any reporting on outfall amounts? And then can you explain the filtration more in depth, i.e. why not carbon filtration, sand gravity? Or should we just expect a sediment net filtration? So a lot to unpack there if you need me to repeat it.
I think I'll start with the first part of that. Actually, can you repeat the first part of that question?
Yeah. Will Eagle or anyone be monitoring and reporting effluent water temperature daily or at all?
Yeah, so temperature monitoring and a limit is included in the NPDES permit that was included during the first issuance of the permit. And I don't remember offhand what the frequency of that monitoring is, but it is relatively frequent. And then they will also have to be reporting flow. I believe that was part of the question as well.
Yeah, well, they're reporting actual outfall amounts. And then
report flow, and then also they have outfall observation inspections that they will have to complete as well as part of their permit requirements.
And then go ahead.
I can add to it that it is daily that they're monitoring for flow and temperature. They are monitoring both the intake temperature and the effluent temperature. And there's an acute temperature limit of 85 degrees Fahrenheit on the effluent at all times. We're also requiring them to monitor the thermal discharge, which is a calculation of using the temperature and the volumes to determine the total amount of thermal discharge into the water body.
All right, thank you both. And so the final part of that question is related to the treatment. Can you explain the filtration more in depth, i.e. why not carbon filtration, sand gravity, or should we just expect a sediment net filtration? Any thoughts on if you can talk about the filtration required?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about the additional treatment types too. Enbridge did actually propose to have GAC treatment as like another polishing type of treatment in their system if they find that after the third stage of treatment was not adequate for making sure that the discharge fell within the permit requirements. So they have the option to be able to run it through GAC as well, or granular activated carbon, if in order to meet permit limits. Tarek, I'm not sure if you want to talk more about the filtration. I know that they're using sand filtration in the third stage, just to ensure that there aren't any additional sediments going into the water, and to reduce, any sort of total suspended solids that could be in the discharge.
Yeah. So one thing with the permit, just to clarify, is that we evaluate the proposed discharge and we set up effluent limits in the permit that the facility is required to monitor to ensure that they're protecting water quality standards. And then we also set some technology-based limits, which Hannah described. So we set the limits, and then the facility is able to determine the best way to meet those limits. So we don't specify a certain type of treatment be utilized. It's whatever treatment they feel that is sufficient for them to meet those limitations. So if they use their current proposed system and they're having difficulty meeting the limits initially, they can enhance their treatment system, but the limits drive the treatment. We don't actually approve a type of treatment or specify it.
Yeah, very helpful. Yeah, thank you both. We're going to go to some of the raised hands now. And again, before we unmute you, we'll unmute you. You can unmute yourself, and then you can ask your question. And again, questions only, please, at this point. If you have a statement, you'll have that opportunity here in a little bit. Okay, so first off is Michaelo Zabrodin. We are going to unmute you, and then you can ask your question. All right, you are unmuted on our end, Michaelo. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. My name is Michaelo Zabrodin, and I just moved to Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm proud to support Enbridge Energy's Line 5 Straits Tunnel project as it seeks reissuance of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. The Eagles proposed decision in May.
Michaela, do you have a comment or do you have a question? Because if you have we have to get through a lot of questions here. So if you could get to your question, that'd be great.
Comment. I have a comment.
Okay, so then if you have a
question.
comment, we're going to hold on to that until after the question and answer session, because we're not actually taking official comments at this point. All right, thank you. All right, next up is P. Disha Miles. We are going to unmute you, and then you can unmute yourself, and then you can ask your question. Are you there? All right, looks like you're unmuted on our end anyway. You might have a microphone issue on your end potentially. We will move on to the next question, and then we can come back to you and see if you were able to get your microphone issue figured out. So we're going to go on to the next caller, Debbie Chiswer. All right, Debbie, we are unmuting you, and you can ask your question.
Thanks, Ryan. My question starts with a statement, but it's not a comment. I know that in 2019, Enbridge prepared an anti-degradation demonstration. I am not seeing any updated demonstration in the application, and I'm wondering if Eagle is relying on the 2019 anti-degradation demonstration, or if that document, updated document, is missing.
Thanks for your comment, Debbie. Or your question, rather. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, great question, Debbie. So we actually only require anti-degradation demonstration or exemptions be submitted for the issuance of a permit, so a new use facility. This is a facility that has already been previously permitted, and we are proposing a reissuance of the permit. So given that the discharge has already been permitted, we would not need an anti-degradation demonstration or an update for this permit reissuance.
All right, thanks, Hannah. All right, P. Disha Miles, we are going to unmute you again and see if you're able to get your microphone situation figured out. And another option is also to type your question in if you're having microphone issues. All right, looks like you are still unmuted, or you're unmuted on our end, but are muted on your end. So we're gonna have to move on to the next person. Feel free to type your question in, or I should also mention we're gonna be providing Hannah's contact info if there are questions in follow-up at the end of the hearing tonight. All right, next up, Sarah Brabs. So Sarah, we're gonna unmute you, and then you can ask your question.
I am just wondering, maybe it's because I'm on my phone, but I cannot see how many attendees are here. And I wondered how many people are here.
There are currently 210 people who are on the line. And we have 6 people who are panelists right now.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. All right, next up is Katie Olson, and then after Katie, we're going to go back to the Q&A box. So Katie, you are unmuted on our end. You can ask your question.
Yep, I got it. I'm just wondering what happens when and if Enbridge falls out of compliance with these limits.
All right, thanks for your question, Katie.
Yep.
All right. Tarek, do you want to take that? We don't have compliance staff on the call or on the panel right now, so.
Yes, we have dedicated compliance staff that will be managing the discharge reports and compliance with the facility. And if there's any exceedance of those limits, the district compliance staff will work with the facility to get back into compliance. And there are a number of different enforcement options available for them if they do continue to exceed the requirements.
All right, thank you, Tarek. All right, and I should mention, I mentioned the number of people on the line. I currently have 29 open questions, so we're going to get to as many as we can, but just to let you know in case we don't get to your question right away. What is an example of a reason why Eagle would deny a permit? Is there any way Eagle would deny this permit?
Yeah, I think the main reason we would deny a permit would be that it doesn't meet our Part 31 rules or some specification within the Part 31 rules. Tarek, do you want to maybe give some more insight on instances where we've denied permits before?
Just, yes, like you said, if, we do an evaluation for what the facility is proposing. And if the facility was proposing something that would expect to exceed the standards, we know that they couldn't achieve Michigan's water quality standards and designated uses. If there were outstanding circumstances, there are feasible alternatives. If they didn't provide or supplied a basis for anti-degradation as part of that demonstration, we could move to deny a permit in that case. But we've already made those determinations initially with this permit application and issued the original permit. Enbridge has they've modified their proposals, but it's still in compliance, and we feel that we can issue this permit, and then the facility could be in compliance with water quality standards.
All right, thank you both. How are the comments considered when it comes to making decisions? And I'm assuming this means the comments that's received related to this permit and the comments that we're listening to tonight. I'm going to read into that a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good question. The public notice comment process is an important part of our permit processing. And in fact, in the last permit issuance, as a result of public comments, we did include temperature limits and temperature monitoring within the permit. So it is an important part of the permitting process and the NPDES process.
All right, thank you. And I guess there are a couple here related to Enbridge and I guess I'll just go ahead and read their truthfulness in the application. Why can we assume Enbridge will be truthful in their expectations when they've skewed or used fake research before? And then there's another question here. Does the ratings agency provide qualified audit for environmental hazard provisioning on Enbridge's behalf? I guess those are two, not really, I guess somewhat related. We can start with the first one.
Yeah, I think that we have to assume, at least in the context of the application information they provided us, that what they're providing to us is true. And we can follow up if we have questions about information they provided us, or if we think that there may be some inaccuracies in that. We have followed up with them during this permit application review period to get some clarifying information. And then regarding the hazard part of that question, I think that's not really within the scope of the NPDES permit. The NPDES permit is really fully focused on the wastewater discharge, and that would be probably within the scope of somebody who is permitting the tunnel construction.
Okay, thank you. All right. I saw one in here on sediment. Okay, how far do you expect the discharge sediment to travel? As a property owner in Lake Huron, what can I expect to see wash up on my property?
Yeah, I can start with this, and then maybe Terry, if you want to fill in some. So we do have total suspended solids limits within the permit. If they are able to comply with those, I wouldn't expect that we would see large amounts of sediment going into the Straits with the discharge. That's why we have those limits in there. They are protective of water quality standards and of all aquatic life in the Straits. So, Tarek, do you want to add any more information about the suspended solids?
Yeah, just that, the permit does include limits protective of water quality standards and designated uses, and they're fairly restrictive limits for suspended solids. So they will have to use a high quality solids removal system, especially considering the amount of solids involved with their process. So it should not be a visible discharge in the lake. So it should not be visible beyond the site. I wouldn't expect at any distance to be visible any distance from the discharge pipe.
All right, thank you both. This is related to erosion. How will outfall locations affect erosion in that area? So we talked about sediment discharge. This one's more related to erosion. Yeah, I think the outfalls are mostly located
like well within the lake. So they're not going to be like sitting on, the shoreline and dumping water down the shore where it would cause erosion issues. Tarek, do you want to add anything additional?
Yeah, there's likely going to be some type of riprap around it to prevent the erosion. Joe, I believe that's kind of part of your permitting process for the establishment of their outfall structures. But it should be mitigating any erosion concerns just by the structure itself.
All right, thank you. We have about 5 minutes left in our question and answer session here. I want to get back to some of the raised hands. So we are going to unmute Lori Johnson. So Lori, we're going to unmute you, and then you can unmute yourself and ask your question of our panel. All right, looks like you're unmuted on our end, Lori. All right, you should see a microphone icon that you can click, and that will unmute you, and then you can ask your question. All right, and it looks like you're still muted. So we're gonna go on to the next person, and then we'll come back to you. Judith Jones, we are going to unmute you, and then you can unmute yourself and ask your question. Are you there, Judith? All right, looks like you're unmuted on our end. It may be a microphone issue that you're having on your computer. We'll come back to you.
Let me do it. Can you do it?
There you are.
Okay. Is there any anticipated degradation of the quality, increase in temperature, or decrease in clarity of the water anticipated from this project?
All right, thanks for your question.
Yeah, great question. So all of the limits that we have in the NPDES permit are protective of water quality. So we would not allow for any sort of degradation to water quality from the discharge of the construction wastewater.
Both the total suspended solids limits and the temperature limits in the permit are fairly restrictive limits. So they are both very protective of water quality in this area.
All right, thank you very much. Lori Johnson, you're still unmuted. If you're able to unmute yourself, you can ask your question. Otherwise, we will go to the next person. It looks like P.D. Miles has their hand up again. We will unmute you. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yes, feel free to ask your question.
Great. This is Disha Miles, Chippewas of Rama First Nation. I was born here in Michigan, and Indigenous people had a consensus form of governing where all tribal members had a responsibility for a particular problem, and all had a hand in the solution. We didn't really do democracy. But how will the problem of excavated material containing indigenous ancestors, as there most likely will be since we go back to 2000 BC in this areas, who's going to be responsible with treating them with the sacredness that is required?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Disha.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. The excavated material and indigenous artifacts that are going to be located in that area, that's unfortunately not really part of the NPDES scope. That would fall under other permitting authorities to discuss how that would be handled.
Yeah, I guess I could add to the resource permit doesn't really address that directly because we're not regulating tunneling. It's beneath the bottomlands, but the excavated material has been designated to go to an excavated material placement site in the Upper Peninsula, and then that will be protected and remain. I don't know if there's going to be a conservation easement over that, what the legal remedy or the legal connection is, but we have been having exhaustive tribal consultation.
Yeah, thanks for that response and that addition, Joe. We are at the point in the evening where we need to move on to start to take your comments, because I'm sure many of you are kind of itching to get to those and making your statement for tonight. We want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to make their statement. So we are going to have to end the question and answer session here tonight. Thank you all for your questions. We'll be providing Hannah's contact information at the very end if we didn't get to your question. And so we'll move on to the next part of the night. Thank you to our panel for answering those. But before we do that, before we start to take your questions or your comments tonight, I want to let you know there are some other ways to submit an official comment. You can do that through Eagle's MyEnviro system. You can provide them directly to MyEnviro under the draft permit under Enbridge Energy Line 5, Straits of Mackinac, and at that link, which we're going to be putting in the chat. So you'll be able to see that pop up, and you can make your statement or your comment that way. We can also do it. You can also do it by mail to Hannah Schroeder Larkins, Water Resources Division, Eagle, P.O. Box 30458, Lansing, Michigan 48909 -7958. Or there's also an email address set up that you can send your comments to, and that's to EGLE-Enbridge, spelled ENBRIDGE -public comments @michigan.gov. And that comment period is going to be open to June 30th, 2026. All right, so we're going to go ahead and open up the public comments for tonight. So you can all have an opportunity to make a statement. And to do that, I start off by reading off the opening statement for the hearing. And so this will just be a moment. Bear with me as I read this. I'm going to start off with the procedures of the hearing. This public hearing will be used to take comments on the proposed reissuance of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES permit for Enbridge Energy Line 5 in the Straits of Mackinac, NPDES individual permit number MI0060278, located at 16309 Headlands Road, Mackinaw City, for the South Side facility, and North Straits Boulevard Drive for the North Side facility in Emmett and Mackinac counties, Michigan. All right, so now how the comments will work today. For those of you who pre-registered to attend today's hearing and indicated you would like to make a comment, we will call your name and unmute your microphone so that you can make your comment. We will call your name in the order in which you registered. Once we have called the names of everyone who indicated they would like to make a comment during registration, we will open it up to comment from other attendees. At that time, if you have not made a comment and wish to do so, please click the raise hand icon to indicate you wish to make a comment. If calling in by phone only, please hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand. We will call on those who have their hand raised to make a comment in the general order in which their hand was raised. Each person will have 3 minutes to make their comment. I will indicate when you have 1 minute left and when your time has expired. If I indicate your time has expired, please wrap up your comments immediately so we can allow the next person to make their comment. Please be sure to state your name and any organization you represent prior to starting your comment. If you'd like to make a comment, but you do not wish to make a verbal comment today, you are welcome to submit a written comment to the department. Written comments may be submitted online in our MyEnviro database, and as mentioned before, a link is being provided directly in the chat. Comments can also be submitted to Hannah Schroeder Larkins for the following address: at Water Resources Division, Eagle, P.O. Box 30458, Lansing, Michigan 48909-7958. The hearing is being recorded, and your comments will be part of the information that the department will consider in the proposed reissuance of the NPDES permit for Enbridge Energy Line 5 in the Straits of Mackinac. And again, it's NPDES individual permit number MI0060278. Comments received will not be responded to at this time, but will be included in the response to public comment documents and be part of the permanent record. All comments and information received will be available in MyEnviro, our online database. And the public comment period, as mentioned before, it'll be open until June 30th, 2026. All right, just to, review and go through a couple things before we get started. As mentioned, we're going to start off with the names who indicated during registration that they wanted to make a comment. We currently have a list of 103 people during registration who want to make a comment. We have 210 people on the line right now, just so you're aware. For those on the phone, know. We're going to put the names of the first 5 people in the chat, so that way you know that your turn is coming up next. And then if your name is called or you see your name in the chat, please raise your hand, and then that'll make it easier for us to find you and call on you so you can make your statement. It'll be 1 statement per person. So you have only 1 chance to make the statement, and up to 3 minutes. You don't have to use the entire 3 minutes, but you will have 3 minutes to make your comment. You will see a countdown timer count down from 3 minutes at your top of your screen if you're online and you're viewing our screen. And when there's 1 minute left, you're going to hear this noise. So if you hear that bing, that beep, or ding, that'll indicate that you have 1 minute left, just to give you a heads up and so that you know how much time you have left. After we get through this list of names and you want to make a comment and you haven't made a comment yet, you can raise your hand in Zoom and we'll call on you in order so that you can make your comment. Everybody will have an opportunity to make a comment tonight. We'll be here until everybody has made their comment. If we go over an hour or so, we'll take about a 10-minute break. And then we'll resume comments at that time. All right. So we're going to go ahead and put that list of names in the chat. And I'm going to go ahead and read off the first 2, Nicole Kiwe-Biber and then Ashley Redzitsky. It looks like, Nicole, you are unmuted, and you can begin your comment when you're ready. Oh, are you there, Nicole? It looks like you are unmuted on our end and your end, but we can't hear you. It might be a microphone setting. What we'll do, if you're not able to unmute yourself, we'll come back to you and go to Ashley.
All right.
Oh, there you are. Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, so yeah, I'm Nicole. I'm a tribal citizen of Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa. So to begin, I'll say because of the proposed discharge volume, duration, pollutant and treatment uncertainty, receiving water sensitivity and cumulative impacts, the public interest means that Eagle cannot legally authorize a NPDES permit for this proposed tunnel project. That sentence may become familiar as the Oil and Water Don't Mix Coalition has worked to provide guidance on effective public comments. Masses of people are rightly horrified by the ongoing threat of Line 5 and by the further degradation the proposed tunnel would inflict on our shared waters. Together, we strive to counteract the massive amounts of money Enbridge deploys to disperse propaganda, bribe local municipalities, and buy influence with politicians. The overall piecemeal permitting process allows Enbridge to set the terms with permit language that determines what Eagle can actually consider. This favors the unproven reassurances and cherry-picked data of the profit-motivated corporation while conveniently leaving out the big-picture cumulative impacts of the entirety of Line 5's 645-mile-long, 73-year-old menace and experimental tunnel mess. Nevertheless, Eagle is granted the authority to make decisions based on real-world science, not based on pinky promises and convenient narratives elevated by financially vested parties. Importantly, what this best foot forward wastewater permit does admit to is already egregious and damaging enough to legally empower Eagle to use your authority to deny this permit. Millions of gallons a day of industrial construction wastewater going into the Lake Michigan each day of a projected 6-year project. The actual composition of the wastewater is replete with unknowns and thereby of unknown impact on already suffering ecologies. Meanwhile, the estimated 85-degree temperature of the discharge waters will absolutely be harmful to aquatic life, particularly accustomed to the fresh waters of the Great Lakes. How much more are water and wildlife expected to take? Whitefish populations have plummeted. My tribe and others are trying to preserve those lives of deep importance to our cultural responsibilities. Further spoiling these waters completely undermines the restorative vision and actions necessary to truly secure the future of all Michigan's people and waters and wildlife. That must be deemed impermissible at long last, unless the public trust is to be rendered meaningless. Our children deserve to inherit the wonders and joys of a thriving world, shared with more than human relatives, not a wasteland of polluted, heated waters and dead-zoned industrial sites. Deny this wastewater permit, and together we can demand a clean water future. Miigwech.
Thanks for your comments, Nicole. All right, next up is Ashley Rudzinski, and then after Ashley is Odu Samuel. So Ashley, you are unmuted. You can begin your comment when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Rudzinski, and I'm the Climate and Environment Program Director for Groundwork Center for Resilient Communities based in Traverse City. I'm here to oppose Enbridge's proposed NPDES permit for the Line 5 tunnel project and to urge Eagle to reject the forthcoming 404 permits as well. The Straits of Mackinac are where the lakes Michigan and Huron meet. They are among the most ecologically and culturally significant freshwater resources on planet Earth. They have sustained indigenous peoples, tribal fisheries, and the communities of this region since time immemorial. They are held in the public trust by the state of Michigan for the benefit of its people, present and future. What this permit proposes to do to those waters should alarm every citizen across the state. Enbridge is asking for authorization to discharge nearly 7 million gallons of treated industrial wastewater into the Straits every single day, 5 million gallons from the south outfall, 1 million from the north, and another million hydrostatic test water. Additionally, unquantified storm water on top of that. At full, apologies, I've got a little 10-month-old in the background here. At full authorized rates, that exceeds $2 billion or 2 billion gallons annually, carrying sediments, suspended solids, dissolved solids, chlorides, oil, grease, pH altered water, and thermally elevated discharge into one of the most sensitive waters in North America and the world. And we still don't know yet what treatment chemicals will be in that water because Enbridge hasn't yet told us. Eagle itself had to go back to Enbridge requesting basic information about drilling fluids and bentonite clay handling because the application didn't include it. This permit has specific documented failures that make it legally and scientifically indefensible. Eagle never conducted a cumulative analysis. Each discharge pipe has been evaluated in isolation as though the combined effect of the multiple stimulus outfalls into the same body of water is irrelevant, and it isn't. Additionally, total dissolved solids limit was proposed and it was removed from the permit because of the stringency. Now there is no limit on TDS discharge into Lake Michigan, and frankly, that's not regulation, that's capitulation. The permit caps thermal discharge only certain times of the year. Lake Michigan whitefish are already depleted. And for the other half of the year, there's no enforceable limit on millions of gallons of heated water, potentially reaching 85 degrees, entering the Straits in the summer months. This permit ignores the impact of cultural resources. We know that the Straits are ancestral territory of the Anishinaabe people. Tribal nations hold treaty reserve fishing rights in these waters that are protected under federal law. Any permit that fails to assess or protect those resources is not just scientifically deficient, it is legally deficient. If this tunnel is built, the permit authorizes Enbridge to discharge treated groundwater seepage into Lake Michigan indefinitely with no toxicity testing, no chlorine limits, minimal sampling, and a permanent industrial discharge into the Great Lakes with bare bones oversight regime is not acceptable. Let me be clear about something else.
Hey, Ashley, you're out of time, so we're going to have to move on to the next person in line.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I should mention if you run out of time with your comments, we are going to provide those other ways to make a comment after we get through all of your comments again, and those are in the chat, so you can also provide some supplemental comments that way. All right, it looks like Odu Samuel and Joan Chad are not on, who are our next two, so we're going to go to Greg Autry, and then after Greg, go to Mary Comar. And again, if your name is called or you see your name in the chat, please raise your hand and make it easier for us to find you. All right, looks like you're unmuted on our end, Greg. You should be able to unmute yourself by clicking the microphone icon, and then you can begin your comment. All right, looks like you are still muted. So what we'll do, again, we'll go back, we'll go to Mary, and then we'll come back to you, Greg.
Okay, I think I'm all right here. All right, hey, thank you. My comments mostly, my name is Greg Autry from Hubbard Lake, Michigan, Northeast Michigan. My comments are basically to the voting members of Eagle. But Eagle, you're facing a once-in-a-lifetime decision, a decision that will have repercussions long after everyone in this hearing is dead and gone, a decision that will affect Michiganders who appreciate the Great Lakes, a decision that will have dire consequences for those involved in the Great Lakes. You have only one chance to get this right, and that decision should be a simple one. And I think it could be made in 5 minutes if you live up to the very reason Eagle was created in the first place. Enbridge now wants to replace 4 miles of that 645 mile an hour pipeline. That still leaves us with 641 miles of a 73-year-old pipe. So I know Enbridge likes to brag about all the work it's done to build a safe tunnel, but they haven't bored enough test boring holes. They'll tell you they're drilling through solid bedrock, which they are, but not totally. There's fractured rock and there's sediment from ancient rivers. They also don't like to talk about the methane gas that they've discovered. And obviously, we've had discussion about the $5 to $7 million gallons of wastewater every day. And now they need Eagle's permission. Well, the state of Michigan created Eagle to, and I'll quote this, protect Michigan environment and public health by managing air, water, land, and energy resources, all while taking a strategic approach that accounts for the impacts of today's actions on future generations. In fact, since that is Eagle's own mission statement, we could stop right there, because how could you ever approve a dangerous project like this, which will affect Michigan's future generations that aren't even born yet? In addition, Eagle must protect the health of the Great Lakes, oversee our drinking water, must reduce environmental contamination. All of these things are under the charge of Eagle. And then finally, under Michigan's public trust doctrine, the waters and bottomlands don't belong to Eagle or even to the state of Michigan. They belong to the people. And we hire the state, which is put them in a trust so they can use and take care of that for people forever. So here's my bottom line. The Straits belong to us. Eagle admits its strategy is to take into considerations of decisions they make today and how it affects people of the future generations. Eagle, do what you were created to do by protecting and preserving these 10,000-year-old Great Lakes for the next 10,000 years. And putting a risky oil pipeline under the Straits goes against everything Eagle was created to do. In fact, I think Eagle was created to stop projects like this, to protect our water, not allow them. Deny the permit. You only get one chance to do this right. There are alternatives. Enbridge can move a pipeline, but we cannot move the Great Lakes. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comment, Greg. All right, looks like our next person, Mary Comer, is not on tonight. So we're going to go to Michael Palco, and after Michael will be Julie Geisinger. So Michael, you are unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi there. Mine will be fairly quick. So I'm coming as a football coach at the college level. This is something that I've been following for a long time, and with the current state of our climate and the current state of the global water shortage, as stated by the United Nations, I feel that this is an unnecessary risk for us as a people to approve of a project like this that could affect 20% of the world's fresh water, surface water that we have to survive as a human species. This is something that is very concerning to me, and as others have mentioned before, that we only get one chance of this to make this right. The Great Lakes is not a replenishable water source. Once it is gone, it is gone. Done thorough research of this project. This is not something I do not trust Enbridge with a project like this to be truthful and faithful to protecting our waters. We must deny this at full cost, and you guys make this right and deny the project. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comment. All right. It looks like Julie Geisinger and Jordan Furist, who are our next two people, are not on the line. So we are going to go to the next person up. Peter Even is not on either. So Ashley Guardado. It looks like Ashley, you are on. So you are unmuted on our end. You can unmute yourself and begin your statement when you're ready.
Hello, are you able to please circle back to me?
You can raise your hand. You have to wait through everybody else.
That's okay, thank you. I'm so sorry.
All right. Tammy Hibner? is going to be next. Tammy's not on. All right, so next up is Lynn Kunze, and Lynn is not on. Madeline Rush is up next then. Madeline is not on. All right. Debbie Shizuer. All right, looks like Debbie's there. Are you there, Debbie?
I am. Thank you.
Yep.
Debbie Chisler, Earth Justice, on behalf of Bay Mills Indian Community. Eagle should reject the NPDES permit. The Straits and the Great Lakes watershed play a fundamental role in the economic, cultural, traditional, and spiritual identity of Bay Mills. Subsistence and commercial fishermen rely on the area and would be devastated by the project's impact on the fisheries. Impacts to waters and fisheries infringe on their treaty-protected rights. As part of its Clean Water NPDES permit authority and responsibility, Michigan has an obligation to prevent the degradation of water quality for the existing uses and includes the development of its statewide anti-degradation policy. The information and documents that have been made available indicate the project will degrade water quality, harm aquatic life, and damage the treaty-protected fishery, making it incompatible with the designated uses of the Straits. Bay Mills has many concerns and will submit written comments. I'm going to highlight a few. First, Enbridge application materials failed to provide requisite information about treatment additives, despite years of opportunity to do so. And Eagle's proposed permits lack the necessary limitations or monitoring for total dissolved solids, sulfate, chloride, and PFAS. Second, Eagle said it will not require an updated anti-degradation demonstration for a permit renewal, but that doesn't make sense when no discharges have happened yet. Further, considering all the changes to the project and even to these discharge permit plans, when Enbridge originally prepared the anti-degradation demonstration, a new demonstration is needed. The 2019 anti-degradation demonstration was inadequate. Enbridge didn't adequately show that the lowering of water quality was needed to support important social and economic development in the area. Contrary to Enbridge's statements that the project will reduce environmental threats to the Great Lakes, completion of this project will only ensure that Line 5 continues to operate, crossing the Straits and 290 other streams and rivers that flow into the Great Lakes for decades to come. A spill along any of these streams and rivers would cause irreparable damage to the Great Lakes. Nothing in Enbridge's permit materials support these conclusory assertions that the project would eliminate the risk of a spill. Third, the draft permit does not hold Enbridge accountable to water quality standards for water temperature, particularly considering that the Straits of Mackinac are designated for cold water fishery use. A discharge up to and even well below 85 degrees exceeds water quality standards for this area. Eagle must include a lower temperature effluent limitation that's protective of the critical aquatic resources that thrive in this cold water environment. The proposed temperature.
Debbie, you're out of time.
Oh, I didn't hear the warning. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for your comment. All right, next up is Mary Myers, and then after Mary is Mark Griffin. And again, if you see your name in the chat, or I call your name, please raise your hand. It'll make it easier for us to find you. Are you there, Mary?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You can begin when you're ready.
All right. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Lake Superior Community Partnership, which is Marquette County's economic development organization. We serve as the driving force behind business growth, investment, and community vitality in Marquette County. As a public-private partnership representing nearly 400 businesses, municipalities, and institutions, we are focused on creating the conditions for long-term economic growth and prosperity. That's why we strongly support Line 5 and the construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel, and we urge you to approve the remaining permits needed to move this critical project forward. Reliable and affordable energy is essential to economic development. Businesses depend on stable energy supply to invest, expand, and create jobs. Line 5 plays a vital role in delivering the energy resources that heat homes, fuel transportation, and support industries across Michigan and the Upper Peninsula. The Great Lakes Tunnel is a major infrastructure investment that will strengthen both environmental protection and energy security. By housing Line 5 deep beneath the lake bed and in a concrete lined tunnel, the project will significantly reduce risk in the Straits of Mackinac while maintaining access to critical energy resources. The project will also create hundreds of construction jobs and generate economic opportunities for contractors, suppliers, and local businesses throughout Michigan. Just as importantly, this project has undergone years of rigorous review. In 2021, the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy approved Enbridge's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, which regulates the stormwater runoff and water treatment during construction to ensure water quality standards are met. This approval followed extensive technical review and public input. Over the past several years, more than 40,000 hours of surveys, studies, and environmental analysis have been completed, making this one of the most thoroughly reviewed infrastructure projects in Michigan. On behalf of the LSCP and the businesses and communities that we serve, we respectfully urge you to approve the remaining permits for the Great Lakes Tunnel project and support Michigan's economic resiliency, energy reliability, and environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, so next up is Mark Griffin, and then after Mark is Marty Fitante, or Fitant. Mark, you are unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all of you for taking your time tonight to be here, especially the folks from Eagle. It's a tough job, I understand. So I'm with the Michigan Petroleum Association, Michigan Association of Convenience Stores. We strongly support Line 5 in the Great Lakes Tunnel. We're a nonprofit trade association that's been in existence since 1934, and over the last 92 years, we've represented petroleum wholesalers and retailers throughout all of Michigan's 83 counties. Most importantly, our members are neighbors serving neighbors. Our products fuel Michigan and are the lifeblood of our economy. Line 5 is essential to the long-term growth and prosperity of all Michiganders. We have all waited long enough. It's time to build the Great Lakes Tunnel. We look forward to your decision to grant permits for the tunnel construction as you've done in the past. Since the permitting process began 6 years ago now, Enbridge has conducted more than 40,000 hours of survey work in the Straits, providing their results to the permitters. It's been one of the most comprehensive projects in Michigan history. That work matters, and it's been managed with incredible attention and care. In constructing the tunnel, Enbridge is working with state and federal agencies to study and develop plans that will minimize and mitigate impacts on the natural environment, natural resources, cultural heritage, and community priorities. In fact, the Great Lakes Tunnel will make an already safe Line 5 even safer. The Great Lakes Tunnel Energy Infrastructure Project was approved by the Michigan legislature and signed by the governor in 2018. Construction of the tunnel is a matter of public law. State experts have concluded that the risk of a spill into the Straits from the tunnel is virtually zero. So on behalf of the MPA Max, please grant the permits to begin construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. Again, thank you for your time and for everything you do.
All right, thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Marty Fitante, or Fitant, and after Marty is Mike Alemo. Are you there, Marty?
I am. Thank you and good evening. Thanks for your time and the opportunity as well as your continued diligence. I'm Marty Fitanti, CEO of InvestUP. We're a regional economic development organization looking to drive prosperity across all 15 counties of the Upper Peninsula, represented by a board that does business in each county in the UP, across the state, and across the nation. Of course, this is a request for reauthorization, which means that Eagle has previously determined that the proposed project would not impact the water quality of the Great Lakes, lakes that we all care greatly about. Although simply a reauthorization, this is a critical step and an important step to constructing the Great Lakes Tunnel project. As you know, the years-long permitting process for the Great Lakes Tunnel project has included comprehensive technical review and extensive public input. But despite all that comprehensive technical work, I commend the department for ensuring additional scrutiny here, as reflected in the draft permit renewal, which, as I understand it, includes additional discharge restrictions and enhanced monitoring requirements to protect the straits even further. Or another way, with that, this well-studied and previously approved permit should be reissued again without hesitation. The reason for that is time matters here. For those of us that care about the environment and the economy, the tunnel is the best path forward to protecting the waters of the Great Lakes while continuing the safe transportation of affordable and reliable energy which is critical to the welfare and prosperity of the Upper Peninsula. Line 5 is critical to Michigan residents and to Michigan businesses. The project is set to have a positive impact, economic impact throughout the region. It's time for the Great Lakes Tunnel project to move forward and to reissue this permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Mike Alamo, followed by Diane Middleton. So Mike, you are unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Mike Alamo. I am the Senior Director of Legislative and External Affairs for the Michigan Chamber of Commerce, and we strongly support the approval of this permit, the reapproval of this permit. We believe that the building of this tunnel will truly deliver the fuel that helps keep Michigan homes warm and Michigan's economy moving. According to independent studies, the tunnel will make the risk of an oil spill from Line 5 in the Straits virtually zero. The project will create hundreds of skilled trade jobs and protect thousands more in industries across Michigan. In fact, the tunnel project will supply the fuel that supports more than 47,000 direct and indirect jobs in our state, hundreds of millions of dollars in capital investment, tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue our communities continue to rely on, and more. The chamber is particularly encouraged about Enbridge's sensitivity and the incredible amount of study that has gone into the environmental protections for this project. We have a number of members, hundreds of members in the tourism industry that rely on environmental protections to keep our natural resources safe. And that's why upon reviewing this permit application, we were very supportive of Enbridge's approach to this and support the permit reapproval. The environmental impacts of tunnel construction have been greatly minimized, and construction and operation will not disturb the lake bottom or affect aquatic wildlife and sediment. All water necessary to support construction and operation of the tunnel will be treated and monitored prior to site discharge. There will be water withdrawals and treated wastewater discharge as part of the project, but it won't be continuous, and all wastewater will be treated in accordance with all applicable state standards and guidelines. Placing the tunnel deep under the lake bed provides multiple layers of protection, safeguarding the straits from risk of an oil spill, protecting our Great Lakes ecosystem, and mitigating wetland impacts. In fact, the application makes clear that Enbridge has reduced wetland impacts from more than 20 acres down to a tenth of an acre. So it is for these reasons that we support the project. We greatly appreciate Eagle staff time on all of this, and we hope that the project can move forward. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks for your comment. All right, next up is Diane Middleton, and after Diane will be Tim Langholtz. You can begin, Diane. I think you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening. I appreciate this opportunity, and I am Diane Middleton. I serve as Vice President of Advocacy for the Midland Business Alliance. We're a combined Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development organization representing 3,000 businesses in the Midland community. We encourage Eagle's reissuance of the permit originally approved in 2021, but having since expired to Enbridge Energy. The permits are just one step in a very large construction project that would establish the Great Lakes Tunnel and then move Line 5 oil pipeline into that tunnel. Now, Midland is 184 miles south of the Straits of Mackinac, and yet we see the construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel is critical. We're all aware of the economic impact of just the propane delivery to both the upper and lower peninsulas. No other delivery alternative is as safe or as efficient. And there's also the economic impact of the jobs that the construction will create and the tax revenue to the state from those jobs as well. While, of course, all of that economic impact is important to the Midland Business Alliance, we're also vocal proponents for our natural resources. The MBA strongly believes our natural resources must be protected, and we believe the rules and regulations that protect the environment need to be common sense and based on sound science. Construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel, which will be approximately 100 feet below the lake bed, is the right step to protect our Great Lakes. And keep in mind that, as we've heard, the risk of a spill is virtually zero. Both the economy and environment are critical. Protecting both can be done simultaneously. In May of 2020, Midland suffered a catastrophic dam failure event, 2 dams, as a matter of fact. So we've seen firsthand the calamity that happens when infrastructure and natural resources are not both balanced and considered. And the Great Lakes Tunnel represents the balance that we need. So the Midland Business Alliance encourages your approval of Enbridge's request for a permit and ultimate construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on behalf of the Midland Business Alliance.
Thank you for your comment, Diane. All right. All right, looks like we have, there's a new batch of names in the chat. And again, if you see your name or we call your name out loud, please raise your hand so it's easier to find you so we can unmute you to make a comment. So next up is Tim Langholtz, and then after Tim is going to be Matthew Bork. So Tim, you are unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Tim Langholtz. I'm the Assistant State Director in Michigan for the National Federation of Independent Business, or NFIB. We represent small and independent businesses in all 50 state capitals and Washington, D.C. And on behalf of the over 12,000 members here in Michigan, we want to share strong support of Line 5 and the Great Lakes Tunnel and urge you to reapprove the permit for Enbridge's NPDES permit. NFIB is unique in that we base our policy positions on a vote of our members. And when asked if Line 5 should be closed down, over 72% of our members said no. Our members believe that the continued use of Line 5 is critical to small business and believe that the new Great Lakes Tunnel will make it safe for years to come. NFIB appreciates the number of hours that have been completed over the past 6 years since this project has started, studying the straits and the impacts that this tunnel may have on them, and preparing to build a major once-in-a-generation piece of infrastructure like the Great Lakes Tunnel takes that intensive study and thoughtful planning. This permit will allow for treated wastewater that has gone through pH adjustment, further filtering, monitoring, sampling, and even in some cases recycled water usage. This is all happening on an on-site treatment facility to further reduce the risk of seepage that happens during transport if this permit may not be allowed. As rising costs hit families and businesses alike, not only is it time to build the tunnel to protect our Great Lakes, but also to keep costs manageable for our main streets. And for those reasons, we ask you to reapprove this permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up, Matthew Bork. All right, so Matthew, is Matthew in the audience here? All right, Matthew, yep, there you are. All right, looks like you're unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Greeting. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. All right, I want to go back a little bit towards the statement about that there has never been a tunnel regulation in the past. So you use some kind of comparison models rather than doing what Michigan should be doing, which is creating a new model that creates a real oversight angle towards this tunnel bill. This is nothing like any other project. So I guess I have a little concern towards the missed opportunity if we as Michigan are actually going to be teaching other people about protections that need to happen on the Great Lakes, why we're not doing that. Now, to go back to the remediation problem, this is an example of how we might be able to make things stronger. Without including the remediation team, we don't really know any real chemical analysis. It was very disconcerting that Mr. Buckmaster actually said that you believe that this permit is already going to be approved, so it seems like Eagle has already made up their mind. Now, I'd like to take Mr. Buckmaster back to 2017 in the Rover pipeline situation, in where Energy Transfer Partners, Enbridge's sister company, was caught dumping gasoline-contaminated water into the Huron watershed. That followed the Tuscarora spill that included the drillers using diesel fuel as a drill lubricant. The remediation person within Eagle was barely even allowed on the site to be able to take water samples. You're saying that Enbridge is going to have their own party monitors that are out there, but they've also already proven themselves to not be trustworthy based on past experiences in Michigan projects in Michigan that some of you have witnessed in the past. I want to go fast towards the temperature of the water and why it would not be matching the water temperature of the Great Lakes. And is there going to be a study on how this water is going to be affecting the fish in the water? I'd like to ask Mr. Haas about what he called exhaustive discussions with tribal nations. Does that mean when a tribal nation says no and Eagle says yes, and tribal nation continues to say no, and the state and the other regulators say, well, if you continue to say no, then you're not allowed to in the meeting anymore or to have any access to the information? Is that what you call exhaustive? Last but not least, I guess, again, this is a question. Would you, the Eagle staff, drink the water coming out of the outflow? And if you yourself would not just put a glass up to that water and drink it, then this permit should obviously be denied. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, looks like there are several people in line who are not present. Jerry Rivers, Sasa Emanuel, James, Ron Heinrichs, Yvonne Bisick, Kate Olson, Lemon Kennedy, Quantum, it doesn't appear are on the line. So the next person would be up is Mike Smith. And I also want to let you know we're about 1/4 of the way through the names who indicated during registration that they wanted to make a comment, just to give folks an idea of where we're at. And then after we get through the list, we'll go through anybody else who hasn't made a comment, if they would like to make one. So Mike, it looks like you're unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. It's time to build the Great Lakes Tunnel. We strongly support Line 5, the Great Lakes Tunnel, Energy to grant the permit necessary to begin construction. The Upper Peninsula Construction Council consists of signatory contractors and building trades professionals working together to advance our industry by supplying the safest, highest quality, and most cost-effective construction services at the best possible value. We represent the first multi-trade, multi-employer association construction council in Michigan. Membership includes major construction trades and their respective contractors. In 2021, Eagle approved Enbridge's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit application. The year-long permitting renewal process for the Great Lakes Tunnel project has included comprehensive technical review and extensive public input. Eagle has previously determined the proposed project and would not impact the water quality of the Great Lakes. The draft permit renewal includes additional discharge restrictions and enhanced monitoring requirements that are included to protect the Straits even further. This well-studied and previously approved permit should be reissued without hesitation. There's a reason more than 70% of Michiganders support the Great Lakes Tunnel project. It will provide additional connectivity between the peninsulas, safeguarding important utilities while protecting the waterways millions of us treasure, and will still give us much needed affordable, reliable energy. Since the permitting process began 6 years ago, Enbridge has conducted more than 40,000 hours of survey work in the Straits, providing their results to permitters. This has been one of the most comprehensive project reviews in Michigan's history. Preparing to build a major once-in-a-generation piece of infrastructure like the Great Lakes Tunnel takes intense study and thoughtful planning. In constructing the tunnel, Enbridge is working with state and federal agencies to study and develop plans that will minimize and mitigate impacts to the natural environment, natural resources, cultural heritage, and community priorities. That work matters and has been handled with incredible attention and care. Tunnels are common and are proven infrastructure that many of us use every day. The Great Lakes Tunnel will be built safely, and what's more, it will make an already safe Line 5 pipeline even safer by getting a portion of the line out of the water and into the tunnel deep below the lake bed. The Great Lakes Tunnel is not just an energy project, it's a strategic infrastructure investment for Michigan. On behalf of our members, we ask you move forward immediately with permitting for construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Jill Ferguson. And then after Jill, Lola Rodzicki. It doesn't appear Lola is on though, so that'll be Chuck Jones after Jill.
Okay, am I on?
You're on, you can begin.
Okay, yay. Yes, my name is Jill Ferguson, and boy, I have a lot of problems with this. I have a lot of problems with Enbridge. I have a lot of problems with their contractors, Michaels and Barnard's. You know, just a brief online search will reveal that they have no regard for the environment. They are reckless. They push things through as fast as they can so that things that are still remaining in the courts, I know this personally because I've been on a ditch in a tent at Line 3. I know how they operate. Enbridge lies. They do not, against all their propaganda, they do not monitor this at all. It was the water protectors who found the breaches of the aquifers. I myself was in the Willow River when this was discovered. Enbridge does not find these. We do. So, and I know you have heard the numerous reasons from professional environmentalists and scientists that this pipeline needs to be shut down. End of story. You know that it's long aged out, and you know that it is actively rotting beneath the Great Lakes. You know the ecological destruction. You have the evidence from Line 3 in Minnesota where they were fined $11 million. Just the cost of doing business. They get the permit and they violate it. Big deal. All built in. The fines are all built into the cost of doing business. Same thing in Wisconsin. That pipeline, and they don't leak and they don't spill. They rupture, and sending hundreds of thousands of gallons into riverways. Let's recall the Kalamazoo River. How you all can even consider this, knowing all three of these corporations, Enbridge, Michaels, and Barnard, could care less about the environment. Yet, Hannah read, straight from Enbridge's playbook. And every single branch of government, top to bottom, has failed people and planet. The judiciary, all the government agencies and regular boards, who all of you have the fiduciary duty under the Great Lakes Compact to hold in trust these sacred waters for future generations, not to sell them off. And Enbridge has also bought out Governor Evers and the 132 legislators in Wisconsin who have remained silent for 5 years. I hope y'all are getting, square footage in underground billionaire bunkers, because these kind of projects are making life above ground unsustainable, and you know it. So shame on you. This will be your legacy. Shame.
Thank you for your comment, Joe. All right, it looks like got a message. Lola Radzitsky is here under Ashley's account. So Ashley, we are going to unmute you, and you can allow Lola to make her statement. Are you there, Ashley, or Lola?
Yes, Lola is here. You may go, Lola.
Hello, I'm Lola. Nice to meet you. I'm 3.5. We fight line 5. Wait, what is it?
You can just talk about line 5, sweetie. Whatever you want to say about line 5, honey. Or the Great Lakes.
We need to fight line 5. We can't drink oil. That's your job. You need to fight line 5. My brother will like to swim in the lakes. I like to swim in the lakes. So you need to fight line 5.
Do you want to say anything else, sweetheart?
What else did I say?
Whatever you want. Do you use water, Loie?
Yeah, I drink water. You need to clean the water. My puppies can't drink water. They love to swim in the lakes. We can't drink water. Nobody can drink water. We can't drink water.
Well, yeah. Good job, sweetie.
Drink oil.
Do you want to say anything else, baby girl?
No.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to say thank you?
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your comment, Lola. All right. Next up is Chuck Jones, and then after Chuck is Bruce Cottle. So Chuck, you are unmuted on our end, and then you can unmute yourself and begin your comment when you're ready. Are you there, Chuck? Looks like your microphone is still muted. You may have to select the microphone button to unmute yourself. All right. All right, so Chuck, we're gonna go to Bruce, and then we'll come right back to you and see if you're able to figure out your microphone issue. All right, Bruce Cottle, you are unmuted. Yes. You can begin when you're ready.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Bruce Cottle. I'm from Watersmeet, Michigan, lifetime resident of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, member of IBW Local 906, and also a member of my local fire department since 1989. I'm here today in support of the Line 5 tunnel project. As someone who has lived in the Upper Peninsula my entire life, I understand the importance of both protecting our natural resources and maintaining reliable energy infrastructure. I believe relocating Line 5 is the safest and most responsible path forward. The tunnel would relocate the pipeline from the lake bed into a concrete-lined drilled tunnel through the bedrock beneath the straits. This would significantly reduce the risk of damage from ship anchors and other external threats while adding multiple layers of environmental protection. This project provides an added level of safety while ensuring continued delivery of energy products that residents and businesses throughout Michigan rely on. My support for this project is also based on professional experience. During my years in the construction trade, over 18 of those years have been spent working directly in oil and gas pipeline industry. Throughout that time, I have seen firsthand the extensive safety standards, inspections, and regulatory oversight that the pipeline operators must follow. These projects are regulated from both federal and state levels with strict requirements governing design, construction, operation, maintenance, and environmental protection. The pipeline operates under rigorous safety standards and compliance and is continuously monitored by state and federal agencies. Also, as a member of the fire department for nearly 44 decades, I've witnessed the positive relationship Enbridge has maintained with local emergency responders. Through the years, Enbridge has supported our department, many other fire and EMS. Sorry, I've got to cut short, but thank you for your time, and I strongly encourage approving these permits.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Bruce. You have 43 seconds still if you'd like. That was the warning bell, just FYI.
Okay. With from the workforce perspective, this project also represents a tremendous opportunity for Michigan's skilled trades. Firsthand, what project means to working families. The tunnel will create a highly quality skilled construction jobs, apprenticeship opportunities, and economic benefits that will support workers and communities throughout Michigan. These types of projects that allow skilled tradesmen and women to build their careers while contributing to critical infrastructure improvements. The Line 5 tunnel is a solution that improves environmental protection and enhances public safety.
Yep, that one was your
All right.
one. Thanks,
Sounds
Bruce.
good. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to Chuck Jones and see if Chuck was able to get his microphone working. We'll give him a second. If not, there's other ways to make a comment that we mentioned or in the chat if you're having microphone issues. And then after Chuck, we'll go to Jennifer Schlitt, and then after Jennifer is Kathy Weber. And again, if your name is in the chat or we call your name out, please raise your hand in Zoom. It'll make it easier to find you. So Jennifer, looks like looks like you are unmuted. You can begin your comment when you're ready. Are you there, Jennifer?
Oh, yep. Sorry, 1 second here. Sorry, apologies.
Yep, we
All right,
can
thank
hear
you.
you.
All right, great. Good afternoon, or sorry, evening now. My name is Jennifer Schlitt. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti and lifelong Michigander. Thank you all for taking the time to hear from us. Eagles should not approve and ask questions later. The Great Lakes are the most important freshwater ecosystems in the world. As Michiganders, we are literally defined by them. And within the Great Lakes, the Straits of Mackinac is one of the most sensitive areas across the entire waterways. This application in particular, many critical details are still unresolved, including the final water treatment additives. The application says they will be used, but that will be submitted separately for Eagle approval. That's not good enough, not for this, not for our Great Lakes. Potential additives may include biocides, flocculants, water conditioners, pH adjusting agents, other treatment chemicals. We simply don't know, and that is not okay. Eagle should not approve the overall discharge framework before the public has a clear understanding of what chemicals may be used, what concentrations, and what the potential impacts on Lake Michigan will be. It's just simply too important. The permit will allow wastewater from tunnel excavation, boring, slurry handling, groundwater filtration, and construction operations to be discharged into Lake Michigan. This is not a simple wastewater discharge issue, as many people have been arguing that this is going on too long and this is a simple thing. It is not simple. This is major tunnel construction, one of the most ecologically sensitive and important areas of our state. Enbridge proposes to withdraw up to 2 million gallons per day directly from Lake Michigan. This is a significant withdrawal for an industrial construction project. And this is not inevitable. Line 5 can go around of the Straits. But if we destroy them, impact the life that depends on it, both animal and human, we cannot go back. And this is your responsibility as an agency. This is your job, and this is what you're trusted to do. The future of Michigan is dependent upon our Great Lakes. It should not be put in the hands of a company with an incredibly awful track record in the state as Enbridge's. Full Michigan wants shame on Enbridge. I'm sure, hope everyone is familiar with the biological and economic disaster that was Line 6B spill, and was directly caused by their gross negligence and was exacerbated by their gross negligence. Who knows how long it would have gone on if someone else didn't notice that oil was gushing out of the Kalamazoo River. And the record in Michigan beyond the Kalamazoo disaster is shameful to say the least. Since then, regulators and courts have repeatedly had to intervene after spills, safety violations, environmental permit violations, consent decree violations, and easement disputes. And now we're looking at another piecemeal permit that does not look at the cumulative impact. But even on its own, which I know is what we're discussing here today, it did not stand up to basic scrutiny from a layperson, much less the higher standard that Eagle must embody. Full Michigan, yet again, shame on us. Where the Great Lakes state is our responsibility, Eagles in particular, to be stewards and guardians of the irreplaceable freshwater wonder that they are. The burden should be on the applicant to demonstrate that the discharge can occur without degrading water quality or harming the resources that make the Straits of Mackinac one of the most valuable freshwater ecosystems in the entire world. The current draft permit does not meet that standard, full stop. Because of the proposed discharge volume duration, pollutant and treatment uncertainty, receiving water sensitivity, and cumulative impacts to the public interest, Eagle cannot legally authorize an NPDES permit for this proposed tunnel project. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Jennifer. All right, next up is Kathy Weber. It doesn't look like Kathy is on the line. And then after Kathy would be Barbara Iris Potter, and then after Barbara, Beth Wallace. So Barbara, it looks like you're unmuted and can begin when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Iris Potter, co-founder of Kalamazoo Remembers, and what we lived and remember is the 2010 catastrophic oil spill into our Kalamazoo River. What we experienced and learned is once you add pollutants such as oil or other chemicals to a water body, it is changed forever. After reviewing the documents, I strongly urge you to reject Enbridge's extremely damaging reissuance request for a NPDES permit for their never-before-tried, multi-year proposed tunnel project, strongly opposed by experts and thousands of Michiganders with key importance, our 12 tribes. Pollution Enbridge would leave us during construction operation horrifies and scares me. It must you too, as caring residents, because you asked several critical clarification questions. Mine are, what about containment of this pollution, or will it seep further? What is the cleanup plan for unforeseen oopses? They want to discharge up to 2 billion gallons of wastewater every year and up to 6 million gallons a day into our Great Lakes. Enbridge identifies some of the pollutants, and over 50 are cancer-causing. How would water quality be with chemicals, chlorides, oil and grease, temperature and pH changes, etc.? This white or whatever color of this toxic cocktail hitting water will cloud it, smother habitat, stress fish and other aquatic organisms, alter water chemistry, and forever degrade, while very potentially ruining one of the world's most ecologically sensitive fresh waters. Eagle must reject, because Enbridge cites several other water-altering water treatment additives to be submitted separately for approval. So we cannot fully comment on an incomplete permit when the full list of chemicals and concentrations have not been revealed. You did rightfully request more information about drilling fluids, intake design, etc., that relate to harm of aquatic life. Thank you. Enbridge also wants to take up 2 million gallons a day from our Lake, Michigan. This taking is absolutely unacceptable and wrong because of additional immense harm to aquatic life. Enbridge cannot prove that this permit will not harm Lake Michigan, Huron, the Straits, or beyond. Their request is pursuant to the Federal Clean Water Act, and Enbridge had to pay a $177 million settlement for the Clean Water Act and other violations relating to the Kalamazoo River spill. We know that Enbridge cannot be trusted, trust me. Due to all the missing information related to overall impact, Eagle should not be able to legally authorize this final NPDES permit for this tunnel due to public impact and the public trust. Eagle's mission includes, quote, Great Lakes protection, sustaining the Great Lakes watershed, and public health by safeguarding residents and preventing environmental risks. Eagle must reject this full permit and protect our Great Lakes and all who live in and around them from this dangerous tunnel project. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Barbara. All right, next up is going to be Beth Wallace, and then after Beth is David Holtz. It doesn't look like David is on, so Beth will be next, and then after Beth, we've been taking comments for about an hour. We'll take about a 10-minute break after Beth, so just as a heads up. So go ahead, Beth.
Thank you for hosting this hearing, and I hope you really hear the concerns being expressed today by so many. Concerns that far exceed one single pipeline and reach a company that has proven time and time again that they can't be trusted to do the right thing. My name is Beth Wallace, and I'm the Great Lakes Climate and Energy Director for the National Wildlife Federation, and I'm a Michigander whose life, along with many lives along the Kalamazoo River, were forever changed in 2010 because of their rupture. The spill released over 1 million gallons of oil. It went undetected for more than 16 hours. It was only discovered after a local utility alerted the company. The undetected 6-foot gash in Enbridge's pipeline destroyed a massive wetland and 40 miles of river system, along with killing thousands of wildlife. It displaced hundreds of families, and Enbridge is still cleaning, or there's still oil in the river remaining today. Today, the same company is illegally operating Line 5 in the Straits of Mackinac, directly violating state orders while simultaneously trying to strip the state of Michigan of any authority to have say over Line 5 now and into the future, including easement and permit stipulations. These attacks by Enbridge should require state agencies to treat permits with incredible seriousness and skepticism. An orderly shutdown of Line 5 can occur in months. It creates more jobs. There will be no noticeable impacts with supply or prices, and we protect the Great Lakes and our communities from an oil tunnel, never done before, which we already know will violate Great Lakes laws. Again, an oil tunnel blasted through our Great Lakes is not necessary for our energy supplies. It is incumbent on Enbridge and any permanent agency to demonstrate that this discharge can occur without degrading water quality or harming the resources. The current draft permit does not meet the standard. Enbridge's record speaks for itself with frequent violations, court interventions, consent decree violations, and easement disputes. After years of Enbridge trying to shortcut review, the public is now forced to look at yet another round of permit applications for a tunnel project as Enbridge continues to withhold information, change their plans, and try to block Michigan officials from asking too many questions, especially around risk. Even these revised permit submissions raise serious legal and procedural concerns. I want to highlight a critical contrast. In Canada, regulators require Enbridge to have fully funded pipeline decommissioning plans in place before a project can even be approved. Here in the US, the company is actively fighting to eliminate Michigan's ability to impose any safeguards. Approving any permit under these circumstances would undermine the rights of all Michigan citizens and tribal nations. We've also seen Enbridge attempt to bypass core Great Lakes laws by fragmenting their permit requests and limiting scope of reviews. Since public comment closed on the previous permit, the company has released new reports revising specific risks and project changes, all information that should result in a complete rejection of the proposal. Approving any permit, even with conditions, would represent a failure to protect Michigan's people, our wildlife habitats, and our Great Lakes.
You're out of time, Beth.
Thank you for your time. We'll submit additional comments.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your comment. All right, so we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. So we'll come back here at 8:02 and resume taking your comments. We'll check to see if David Holtz is back on or is on, and then it'll be Joyce Wilkins, Linda England, Rebecca Cook, Mindy Myers, so the next 4 or 5. So we'll turn our cameras off here for a minute and be back at 8:02. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. For those of you who might just be joining us, we're making our way through the list of people who, during registration, indicated that they wanted to make a comment. And then once we get through the list of those people, we're going to go through anybody else who has not made a comment yet, who would like to make a comment. And again, everybody will have an opportunity to make a comment. It's one comment per person, and it will be a 3-minute time limit. You may use all of your time, all of your 3 minutes, but you don't necessarily need to use all of the time. And we will give you a ding sound when you have 1 minute left. That sounds like this. All right. Now that we've recapped, we're going to go ahead and get started. All right. It looks like David Holtz is still not on. And Joyce Wilkins and Linda England are not on as well. And so next up would be Rebecca Cook. So Rebecca, it looks like you are unmuted on our end. You can begin when you're ready.
Hello. Hi. My name is Rebecca Cook, and I've been a resident of the Great Lakes all my life. From the time I was little, my education stressed how important and unique the Great Lakes were. We were taught about how important these lakes were to the native people. We were educated on the thousands of species, including our own, that live or were sustained by these massive freshwater seas. I personally experienced the sheer life and joy that the Great Lakes create every single day. There is no denying we are in a climate crisis. Many places around the world and within our own country are struggling. The Great Lakes have been increasingly hailed as a climate haven. The Great Lakes region has been increasingly hailed as a climate haven primarily because of the proximity of the Great Lakes. The fact that there is so much fresh water in this region is a huge protection to the looming dangers of increased temperatures and drought. This, of course, assumes that the Great Lakes will remain a clean, unpolluted source of fresh water, something that discharging wastewater during the construction for the Line 5 pipeline will severely threaten. Even with the proposed filtration process, mistakes and human error occur, something Enbridge in particular has a long history of. We cannot risk any more pollution in our Great Lakes, not to mention the enormous increase of CO2 the construction of roads and management of the pipeline will ensure. In 2026 alone, climate change has already cost the United States $12.4 billion, and this project would no doubt contribute to that problem. As such, any economic benefit arguments have no standing. We would be risking our very near futures and our children's futures for a project that would have very little impact on our fuel resources in the US anyway. As such, I urge you to take a stand for the people of Michigan and for all the Great Lakes region by rejecting the NPDES permit. Please make a choice that would preserve life, not threaten it. Thank you for considering.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
All right. All right, looks like next up is Mindy Myers. Mindy is not on. So next up after that would be Rachel Haverlock. And Rachel, you are unmuted.
Thank you so much. I am Professor Rachel Haverlock. I'm director of the Freshwater Lab at the University of Illinois, but I'm also here as a Michigander and someone whose late father was a physician at the VA hospital in Battle Creek, who treated many of the veterans for cancers after they worked on the cleanup in the Kalamazoo River oil spill. My central research focuses on recycled water, and I would like to state that discharging industrial water into a source of drinking water and recreation, according to no definition, counts as recycling. If Enbridge would like to propose an actual water recycling system for its discharge, then this would not require a NPDES permit. We wouldn't be here. Perhaps this option of tasking Enbridge with the cost and the risk of recycling water is what should be explored in place of the permit under construction. I want to say to all of our peers from the trades and construction in Michigan, I think that if you were running this project, if you were supervising it, we'd be looking at a very different design and a very different outcome, potential outcome. We are speaking about the Canadian Pipeline Corporation, currently enjoying astronomical profits as the permittee, when in fact Enbridge has named subcontractors for boring the proposed tunnel with untested technologies in ways never done before. Before providing a bit of background about them, I will state at the outset that there is no evidence that either contractor will abide by a NPDES permit or that they even have the expertise or ability to uphold Eagle's standards, not to mention the public's expectations to swim, drink, and fish from these waters. Neither contractor has shown adherence to past permits. The waters of the Straits cannot be entrusted to them. The first contractor is Civil and Building in North America, headquartered in Miami, Florida, but listed as a diversified French industrial group present in over 80 countries. When constructing the Port of Miami tunnel in the city where it is headquartered, CBNA illegally dumped tunneling wastes on Miami's sensitive wetlands. None of their tunnels to date move petrochemicals through combustible environments. The corporation is incorporated in Barbados and is listed in the Paradise Papers as paying a 31 million euro fine for a bid-ridding scheme to dismantle a nuclear power plant in France. The second contractor, Barnard.
Rachel, your time is up.
Thanks so much, Ryan.
Yep, thank you. All right, so next up, and we have several that are not on the line, Israel Soto, Lynn Anderson, M. Catherine Bunton, Lila Hollis, and it looks like after that is Hope Pliskow, and then after Hope will be Sabine Paterka. So Hope is on, so Hope, feel free to unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, good. 1 second. I'm sorry. Okay. My name is Hope Flisco. I was born in Michigan and lived here until I was 30 years old because I was offered a job in California. I lived in California for 23 years and moved back to Michigan in 2008 because my father became ill and passed away. My mother was getting old, up in her age, and she wanted me to stay in Michigan, so I did. My mom passed away in 2017. Because I was established in Michigan and then became disabled, I could no longer work as a medical biller since I could no longer type because of chronic pain. My parents were born and raised in Michigan. My mother was a housewife, and my dad, after coming back from World War II, worked first at Chrysler Missile Plant and then at Chrysler Engine Plant, where he retired from. Because I am on a fixed income, the energy costs keep going up. It's a real big concern for me. I feel that we need to make Line 5 safer for now and for the future. Michigan is wonderful for natural resources that we need to protect. Conservation is also very important in the future for future Michiganders. The tunnel project is important for protecting our environment and our waterways. As someone who loves Michigan, please approve the Line 5 project and protect our waterways and bring jobs to Michigan.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is, and I should, just a reminder, if you see your name in the chat, or if I call your name, please raise your hand, and it just makes it easier for us to find you and unmute you so you can take your turn making your comment. But it looks like Sabine Paterka is not on. So next after that is Gary Sutter. So Gary, you are unmuted.
Okay.
Yep, we can hear you. Yep, you can begin when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm a professional carpenter who's been living in the Detroit area all my life, 71 years, and I'm still working. I'm driving a gas-powered truck and heating my home with natural gas. I'm in support of the Pipeline Protection Project. Every aspect of our lives is the economy, and we're all living it, depending on energy. My life, your life, and every citizen in Michigan depends on energy. The energy is coming from the pipeline, moves directly into the energy needed for manufacturers, transportation, including production of cars and trucks that Detroit, Michigan is known for. Also, the importance of natural gas is essential for heating our homes and cooking. Pipeline 5 helps create industry and supports many aspects of our lives through taxation of this pipeline, including education, road construction, repairs, and other government functions. Protecting the oil pipeline 5 is extremely important and very rational solution for protecting the environment and keeping the energy flowing for every citizen in the state of Michigan. So that's about it. I would appreciate the approval of the permitting of protecting the pipeline. Thank you for your time and energy to evaluate this project. All done.
All right, thanks for your comment, Gary. All right, next up is Leroy Harrison, and then Cooper Gleb, and then Paul Dost. So Leroy, it looks like you are unmuted on our end. And I should mention, before Leroy goes, just a heads up that we're about halfway through our list of people who indicated during registration that they want to make a comment. And we have about 143 attendees that are on right now. All right, so Leroy, it looks like you're still muted. What we'll do is we'll go to looks like Cooper and Paul are not on as well. So what we'll do is go to Lisa Fulkerson, and then we'll come back to see if Leroy can unmute himself. So Lisa, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You can begin when you're ready.
All right, I'll be ready in a second here. My name is Lisa Fulkerson. I love the nature, and in Michigan, I used to ride my bike all around Michigan and in the US. It is a beautiful place, and I would like it to stay that way here in Michigan. I used to have a horse called Bike and had her for 8 years. Wanted to ride a real bike. Then I joined Wesleyan Wheels and rode my bike and camped and enjoyed the scenery. But I also believe in supporting jobs and think this Line 5 project put in a tunnel would produce safety and jobs and keep Michigan great. I do in-home health care, have worked in healthcare for 50 years. This Line 5 project will help financially for all of Michigan, and it will be safer than trucking would clear the roads for other drivers and would also keep from repairing the roads. Michigan needs better roads. Keeping the trucks off would help keep them from being damaged. Look, I am not much of a writer or speaker, but want to make it clear we need Pipeline 5 project for our energy needs. and half-done jobs is a waste of money and time. Michigan needs this and needs it done right. I am from a large family. There were 7 of us, and we learned that value of caring for our environment. We need to say yes to Pipeline 5 project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Lisa.
You're welcome.
All right. We are going to go back to Leroy Harrison, and then after Leroy will be Phyllis Hasbrook, and then Richard Nivison. So Leroy, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, sir. Give me a moment to get to my notes here.
Okay.
All right. My name is Leroy Harrison. I've been a Michigan resident for 71 years. I've worked for several businesses. My father had a well drilling business, which fuel costs were always a big factor. I also worked in a union shop, and a big concern of all employees also. After excuse me. All of them had one thing in common with me. That thing was energy costs for fuel. I personally know as a retiree that the cost of living has skyrocketed. Gas prices have really skyrocketed, but as of late, the fuel prices have come down slightly, which is a welcome relief. As most people in Michigan, I'm concerned that we have reliable pipelines for the oil transportation and refining. Being that oil and gas is part of the lifeblood of Michigan's economy, I feel the pipeline would be a win-win for our state. Many jobs in northern Michigan could really boost the economy. The impact environmentally, as far as I'm concerned, is zero as compared to above ground pipelines. I feel with the oversight of the government, risk would be minimal. I feel also that the pipeline, the equivalent amount of heavy trucks for transport would destroy our highways, driving up the cost of roads and road repairs. I believe spills would also be more likely, and the environmental impact of one spill alone from a truck could be devastating. Along with the boost to the economy in northern Michigan, I feel the approval of the pipeline will help the state of Michigan significantly. I would really like to urge you to vote for the Line 5 project. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comment. All right. All right, next up actually is Sarah Cavansey, but Sarah's not on. Phyllis Hasbrook is next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Phyllis Hasbrook, and I'm here to point out how devastating a new section of Line 5 under the Straits of Mackinac would be. Eagle has the power to save our Great Lakes or to ruin them. We, the 40 million people who drink from the Great Lakes or who visit the region, are asking you to be heroes, to stop the insanity of endangering our waters. We don't have an extra set of Great Lakes if we let Enbridge ruin what we have. Think what you would say if your children or grandchildren asked you why you approved the installation of Line 5, despite being warned by a raft of experts and concerned citizens that it was too dangerous. How would you respond? Here are a few facts that you need to keep in your heads as you make your decision. Granting the NPDES permit would authorize the withdrawal and discharge of up to 5 million gallons per day of cooling water from the Straits of Mackinac to allow the construction of the tunnel. How do you feel about that? Even if there were no breach of the pipeline, the installation of it would destroy wetlands, wipe out fish and bird species, and interrupt recreation and tourism income on both sides of the straits. The Headlands International Dark Sky Park, the Gulpin Lighthouse, and Colonial Michilimackinac Historic State Park would lose their value. A new underwater pipe would prolong the risk of an oil spill anywhere along the 645-mile length of Line 5 for another century. Enbridge pipelines have experienced hundreds of incidents and spills across their extensive network over the last 2 decades. Do you really want to put 20% of the world's fresh water in danger? Under what circumstances would that make sense? Eagle has a mission, quote, to protect Michigan's environment and public health, unquote, mission. Could you say with a straight face that you are doing so if you vote to approve this pipeline? Who needs Line 5? Not Michigan, not Wisconsin, not Americans who drive cars. Enbridge delivers most of its oil and gas back to Canadian consumers, and Enbridge's own experts have said that shutting down Line 5 would have little impact on gas prices or fuel supplies in Michigan. Do what's right. Make your children proud. Take a stand for the people of Michigan and for the Great Lakes by rejecting this NPDES permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Phyllis. All right. Next up is Richard Nivison, and then after Richard is Scott Hayes. All right. Looks like you are unmuted on our end, Richard. You should be able to find the microphone icon and unmute yourself and begin your comment. And we'll give it a couple more seconds. And what we'll do, kind of what we've done with other folks, is we'll go on to the next person. Oh, there you are. Are you there, Richard?
Yeah, your big white thing. Never mind. My name is Rick Nivison. I'm a United States Marine veteran who's enjoyed Michigan's resources in natural settings. And where something comes up. I've worked in Michigan for 20 years. My family's worked in Michigan. They have businesses in Michigan. And I support Line 5 because I believe it'll bring jobs and energy that people should realize lack of energy is skyrocketing prices, and we should have more that we need. And I believe that I'm in support of Line 5. And I thank you for your time, and please vote for Line 5.
All right. Thank you for your comment. All right. Next up is Scott Hayes and then Ruth Paquin. And it doesn't appear like either of them are on. So next up is Mark Pawnee. Are you there, Mark?
Yes.
Oh, we can hear you. You can begin your comment when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Mark Ponte, and I'm a proud Yooper from Michigan's Upper Peninsula. My perspective comes from someone who cares deeply about both the environmental protection and the technical realities of energy infrastructure and how much we depend on reliable, safe energy. I'm here tonight because this project affects real people, people I live with, work with, and care about. I support the reissuance of the NPDES permit for Line 5 project because I believe it's the responsible path forward for both of our environment and our economy. Line 5 supports thousands of jobs across the region, including at my home in the UP, where propane from Line 5 supplies over 65% of the propane used in the UP and over 50% for all of Michigan. That's over 250 million gallons per year. For me, this isn't an abstract policy debate. I've seen firsthand how important steady, reliable energy is for Michigan families and businesses. Line 5 plays a major role in keeping fuel costs stable and ensuring that homes like mine stay warm in the winter and that industries across the state can operate without disruption. Approving this permit helps maintain that reliability while moving the pipeline into a safer, modernized system. I also think about the jobs this project supports, not just in construction, but in the broader supply chain. In particular, the thousands of people employed in the forest products industry. Many logging and manufacturing operations rely on diesel and propane supplied through Line 5 for their equipment, trucks, kilns, and heating. These businesses are already working in tight margins. Losing access to affordable, reliable energy would drive up their costs and hurt local jobs. So when we talk about economic impact, it's not just numbers on a spreadsheet. It's mortgages, groceries, tuition payments, and the stability of entire communities. This project keeps people working, and that matters. I support this permit because it represents a science-based, engineering-driven improvement over the current situation. The tunnel project is not simply a continuation of the existing pipeline. It is a major redesign that significantly reduces environmental risks. The NPDES permit itself includes strict discharge limits, monitoring requirements, and treatment expectations. These conditions ensure that any water used during construction and operation is treated and monitored to meet water quality standards. The permit requires sampling, reporting, and compliance mechanisms that are consistent with modern environmental engineering practices. To me, supporting this permit means supporting a safer design, a stronger economy, and a more reliable energy future for Michigan. I appreciate the work Eagle has done to put strong environmental protections in place, and I encourage approval of the permit so this project can move forward under those strict standards. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Mark. All right, next up is Renee Halberg, and then after Renee is Goanne Mather. So Renee, you can begin when you're ready.
Yes. Hi there. My name is Renee, and I am calling in tonight as a landowner in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I live in the beautiful township of Moran in the county of Mackinac. My husband and I own 2.5 acres on Lake Michigan, which is just 7 miles west of the pipeline in the Straits. We also have a homestead on 65 acres that the pipeline is on. We have a shutoff valve at the entrance of our driveway. So as a landowner, I would just like to say, for the last 15 years, I have observed Enbridge on our property at the shutoff valve, maintaining and monitoring the equipment along the pipeline throughout the years. And my husband was tribal, and we engage with the Enbridge personnel often, and they exhibit high standards of respect for our property and for our personal privacy while on our homestead. I can honestly say that with Enbridge's high quality work ethic and their strong commitment to achieving high quality results, and all they do and have done on my personal property and my community, I have no doubt that Enbridge will use those same standards with even more integrity and diligence when it comes to the Straits of Mackinac on this tunnel project. No one person or no company is 100% perfect. However, with my experience with Enbridge, they are at the top of the superior in their industry, and I have peace knowing that they are an honorable company. So I would like to encourage everyone here today to take the time to get to know Enbridge as a company and as a corporation. They really do have the best interest for all of Michigan with the operation of Line 5 and building the tunnel. And they give and show respect to me as a landowner. I've witnessed some respect in tribal communities in the surrounding area and in the Straits of Mackinac. So with all that being said, I would just like to ask Eagle to move forward with the permit needed for the discharge of the treated wastewater.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah. So again, just thank you, Enbridge, for all that you do, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your comment. All right, next up is Goanne Mather, and then after that's Terry Potter, and then Robert Meske.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. First, I want to say that I really appreciated the description that Hannah gave about the environmental care taken on this project. It really made me feel better about going forward with it. With that being said, my name is Gay Mather, and I was raised in Detroit, but I've lived 3/4 of my life in the Upper Peninsula. My husband and I love this area. We wanted to raise our family here, and we're just regular people. But this project has a big impact, not only on our life, but the lives of a lot of people in the UP. It provides reliable energy, affordable energy. So I support this project. And it worries me that people oppose the pipeline because without it, we do not have that source of propane that the speaker spoke about just previously. Not everybody is fortunate to have access to natural gas. And without this pipeline, we'd be reduced to fuel oil and wood. And that's just not enough anymore. We need to have propane. We've had propane, and we want to continue to rely on having propane in the UP. So it just makes good sense to see the pipeline run south to the refineries that create the propane, and it's shipped throughout Michigan and especially the UP. And I believe that Line 5 running under the Straits is truly what is best for the citizens of Michigan. And my hope is that you approve the permit. And I thank you for the opportunity to talk here.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up, Terry Potter, but Terry doesn't appear to be on. And then Robert Mesk, and then Carol Troyer. So Robert, it looks like you are unmuted. You can just, oh, are you there? It looks like you are unmuted, Robert, so we should be able to hear you. You may need to adjust your settings. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you for allowing us to comment. My name is Robert Mesk. I'm a lifelong resident of the great state of Michigan. Simply said, I have a problem with the concept of Line 5, and I will divulge. If I may, I'd like to ask perhaps what might be considered an irrelevant question, but in fact, I think it is very relevant. And that is, how many of you listening this evening are fans of Homestead Rescue? I believe this is that my wife and I do enjoy watching the show, and we have never seen a homesteader bury an oil line underneath their drinking water. Why in God's green earth would we do that? Flat out, it simply doesn't make sense. I will add that my life's work has been devoted to the design and construction industry for roughly 40 plus years. For roughly 20 years, I've overseen multi-million-dollar projects as a public fiduciary. And from my experience and looking at design and engineering drawings, 2 to 3% errors and omissions would be a good set of contract documents. That means there are mistakes that are made, not just by the design professionals, but by contractors. And I have no ill feelings for designers or contractors. My father was one. When you combine the fact that man's inability to control Earth's geological forces, this becomes a risk no one can predict. Not Eagle, not President Trump. When the Corps of Engineers reviewed the geological fault lines and tectonic faults running near and through the Straits of Mackinac, what weight was given to the likelihood of a major earthquake impacting Line 5? Did they give any concern to the volcanic rock being part of this underlying geography that the tunnel will sit on? Isn't that a telltale sign for added risk as well? God only knows when the next tectonic plate shift might occur, like the one that created the Straits of Mackinac. There is the Great Lakes tectonic fault that runs through the Straits. It is the 8th largest fault in the United States, and we want to put a line on it or in it.
You're out of time, Robert. You're out of time, Robert.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, thanks for your comment. All right, It doesn't look like Carol Troyer is next. It doesn't look like Carol is on. So next up is P. Disha Miles, and then after Disha is Christian Pantano. All right. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right. You can begin when you're ready.
Hello. My name is Disha. I'm with the Chippewas of Rama First Nation. I was born in Michigan, and I'm against Line 5 pipeline and this tunnel. All right. So it's going to be 2 million gallons of water taken out of there a day. I mean, we have enough stress on our water due to fracking that uses millions of gallons of water with each well. You know, this just cannot go on. We have climate change that is sending warning signs to us all that we are not living a good life. All right. We don't need all this energy. It's because of the billionaires in this country and worldwide that are making it impossible for people just to live, eat, have some shelter, clothing. We need to get rid of the billionaires. Their existence equals more drilling, more fracking, more deforestation, and it's going to come to a halt because they don't have any more lands. The world is finite. Resources are finite, and we're not using them in a sustainable way. I mean, you know, like little Lola, 3 years old. She was more smarter than some of the people that have been on this line talking about how you cannot drink oil. Okay, we need water for life. Life is sacred. And that is my comment. You know, we don't have much time, but this would just be another nail in the death knell of our existence here on Earth. You know, we need to get rid of the billionaires and, you know, money altogether. We got to stop financializing the resources that are sacred. Water is life. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Disha. All right. It looks like next several people are not on. Christian Pantano, Kat Russell, Mark Nellis, Imlay, David Long, and so the next up would be Judith Jones and then Lisa Powers. So Judith, it looks like you are unmuted and you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ryan and the
Yep, we
Eagle
can hear
crew.
you.
My
Yes.
name is, can you hear? My name is Judith Jones Fitzmaurice. I'm a co-owner of a resort and a
Yep, we can
homeowner
hear.
on the Straits. Pardon? I grew up in Michigan.
Go ahead, Judith.
I grew up in Michigan and have been visiting the Straits for 25 years. I'm against Line 5. The clarity of the water is what draws people to the area. The water where we live on West Moran Bay has already declined in the last 25 years. We've noticed the silt on the lake floor that wasn't present 25 years ago. My primary concern is the degradation of the water within the effluent from the tunnel drilling. Anything less than absolutely pure water, like they do in Lake Tahoe, where they have tertiary treatment of the water going back into the lake, is unacceptable. Any water going back into Lake Michigan, better than it came out, would be acceptable. Water is a resource we can't do without. We need to be good stewards of the lakes, preserving them and keeping them clean and clear. This project would not do that unless the water quality after treatment is equal to or better than the existing water before the drilling? One final question. Why would we approve a system that would put money into a Canadian company while we take the risk here in Michigan? Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Judith.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Lisa Powers. It doesn't look like Lisa is on, so then it would be Sabrina Wilkin, and then after Sabrina is Wayne Coley. Sabrina, you are on.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Sabrina Wilkin, and I am here on behalf of the American Petroleum Institute. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of reissuing the NPDES permit for the Line 5 Great Lakes Tunnel project. I appreciate Eagle's continued work on this permit. In 2021, Eagle approved the prior permit after holding multiple public meetings and hearings, reviewing thousands of public comments, and completing detailed technical reviews to evaluate the project's potential effects on water resources. Those reviews concluded that the NPDES permit conditions and effluent limitations for the Line 5 Great Lakes Tunnel project were fully protective of applicable water quality standards. I support the reissuance of this permit for several key reasons. First, the reissuance is a standard step within the 5-year permit cycle. Second, the project's long-term discharge has been determined to be minimal with a very limited environmental footprint. Third, Eagle's technical review found that no significant groundwater impacts are expected. Fourth, because the permit has already been carefully studied and approved, it should be reissued without unnecessary delay. By design, the tunnel offers a strong safeguard for the Great Lakes. It's intended to enhance protection for these waters while supporting the energy infrastructure Michigan relies on. According to the permit application, the project's construction footprint is minimal, with no impact to the lake bottom and almost no impact to wetlands. All temporary disturbances will be fully restored post-construction. Once operational, the tunnel presents no ongoing adverse environmental impact. America needs more pipelines and energy infrastructure to support its growing demand for energy, not less. This starts with Michigan and the critical infrastructure like Line 5. Thank you again for all you do and appreciate you letting me speak tonight.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, looks like Wayne Coley is not on. So next up would be Daniel Casey, and then after Daniel is Kent Wood. All right, are you there, Daniel? Looks like you have to unmute yourself by clicking the microphone icon, and then you should be able to start your comment. Are you there, Daniel?
I'm here, thank you.
All right.
I'm Dan Casey. I'm with the Economic Development Alliance of St. Clair County, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment about the Line 5 project. My organization is always concerned about the environmental impacts of the projects that occur in our area, and we have an obligation to grow our county's economy while protecting wetlands and sensitive geologic areas, and we have a lot of both. We're particularly concerned with protecting the Great Lakes Basin as St. Clair County borders Lake Huron, Lake St. Clair, and the St. Clair River. These waterways are extremely important resources for our residents and the many tourists that visit our area. We're located about 1 hour north of Detroit, and we're on the border with Canada. It's one of the largest border crossings in North America. And in addition, the Blue Water Bridge, the St. Clair River Tunnel also exists in Port Huron, and it traverses beneath the St. Clair River from Port Huron to Sarnia in Canada. There are currently 13 existing pipelines that cross the St. Clair River. All of them lie on the riverbed, and these pipelines have been there for 20 years or more without incident. In 2020, in the city of Marysville, a section of Line 5 pipeline lying on the bed of the St. Clair River was replaced with a new pipeline using the horizontal directional drilling process. The HDD process involved drilling an underground arch tunnel to house the pipeline. The project was completed on time and without incident. There were no reported discharge violations during the drilling construction. The former pipeline, it laid in a trench on the riverbed for about 67 years without incident. And the new section now crosses 30 feet below the riverbed, and it's safer than the previous section. Prior to construction, the city of Marysville had concerns about the potential for the project to create issues due to the urban area in which the work had to occur. However, no issues resulted during the construction. I also want to point out that the existing Line 5 provides a significant amount of economic value to the Great Lakes region, the state of Michigan, St. Clair County, and across the river in Canada. An economic impact analysis was conducted in 2021, and it estimated that there are as many as 60,000 direct, indirect, and contracted jobs in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, and Canada, all tied to the Line 5 pipeline. Numerous chemical companies in Sarnia utilize the light crude oil and natural gas liquid that is transferred through the pipeline. Imagine the economic harm to the families that rely
Hey,
upon the
Dan.
jobs. Yes.
Dan, you're out of time, Dan.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks for your comment. All right. Next up is Kent Wood, and then we have Rob Morrison and Annette Kulik, who appear not to be on, so Lori Johnson would be after Kent. All right. It looks like you're unmuted on our end, Kent.
Thanks, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. So yeah, Kent Wood. I live in northern Michigan, and just wanted to mention that, and I know we have really, it seems like over the last 5 to 6 years, especially, have seen through different energy assets around the country, and natural disasters that we've had in the state, and particularly in northern Michigan, just how important energy is to our everyday lives, and really all the sources of fuel and all the sources of energy that we use. And Line 5 is a very important energy asset for not just the state, but for the northern Michigan region. Most of the oil and gas produced in northern Michigan is put into Line 5 at a station in northern Michigan, and then transported to market, where it gets to consumers all over the state, all over the country. And so it's not only important to those industries in the region, but again, as I said, as we've seen, as we continue to see over the last 5 to 6 years, just how important these energy assets are, and how big of a topic getting energy is during natural disasters, or the price of energy right now. And so I just just with that in mind, it seems like the project that we have in front of us is gives us the best scenario, as a caller mentioned earlier, to protect the Great Lakes and our natural resources, and also continue to deliver the energy that all of us on this call, and those not on this call, use every single day, whether we like to admit it or not. It is just baked into the fabric of our lives that we have. And so I support the reissuance of the permit, and moving forward with the tunnel project. So thanks for your time tonight, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Kent. All right, next up is Lori Johnson, and then after Lori, it will be Jeff Smith, and then Ross Fisher. All right, looks like you are unmuted on our side, Lori. You just need to click the microphone icon, and that will unmute you so you can make your comment. All right. Give another couple seconds, and then if Lori doesn't unmute, then we'll go to Jeff, and then we'll check back in on Lori before moving to Ross. So we're going to go ahead and unmute Jeff Smith. All right, Jeff, you are unmuted. You can unmute yourself and make your comment.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
All righty. Well, first, thank you, Eagle. I know it's taking a lot of your time. Appreciate all the thought and professional expertise you're bringing to this. And I really appreciate all the thoughts that are being shared here tonight. My own particular view is we need to take into account the fact that the Great Lakes are already suffering. There are many signs of the suffering, but one sign that speaks loudly to me and perhaps all of us is the tragic collapse of the iconic whitefish, a species that has been central to Great Lake biology and human health for millennia. There are many assaults on the whitefish and all other life in the lakes. Warming waters from climate change, invasive species, PFAS, fertilizer, agricultural waste runoff. Each inflicts a dangerous wound. And as the whitefish are telling us, lake life is staggering under the attack. The discharge from this project will bring one more assault, or actually several more assaults. It will add silt. It will add chemicals that have not been well profiled. It will pump warm water into a body of water that is already suffering from rising temperature and harming aquatic life. And as proposed, the permit will not require a study of the cumulative impacts of those inputs. That is not justifiable. And as we think about the assaults that I mentioned just a minute ago, the warming water, the species, the PFAS, all that, that is so much evidence of the harm brought by cumulative impact. We need to look no further than that to understand how important a cumulative impact study is in this very big project. It makes no sense to open another wound in this globally rare and precious ecosystem when the lake has so many wounds already bleeding. That defies all logic. And we are opening this wound for no good reason. You've heard it many times, but Enbridge's own study showed the impact of shutting down Line 5 would lead to a single penny increase in a gallon of gas. A single penny. We are going to risk the Great Lakes for a penny a gallon. That is unconscionable. We do not need this pipeline. Studies have shown that. Propane can be covered with existing infrastructure without Line 5. It's been shown multiple times. Yet all of us, people and every other living thing here in the Great Lakes needs a Mackinaw Straits free of oil, free of the pollution Enbridge is proposing to pump into it.
Your
All
time
done?
is up.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your
Bye.
comment. All right. Next up is we're going to go back to Lori Johnson and see if Lori was able to get her microphone unmuted. And then after Lori will be Ross Fisher. All right. Are you there, Lori? Looks like your microphone is unmuted on our end. And again, if you're not able to make your comment tonight, we're going to show those other ways to make a comment, which we also put in the chat. All right, I'm still not showing that Lori is able to unmute her microphone. So we're going to go on to Ross. Ross Fisher, you're unmuted. All right, looks like you're unmuted on our end and on yours, Ross. So you should be able to make your comment. But you may need to adjust your settings.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Ross Fisher, and I'm a resident of Lansing, Michigan. I work with the Oil and Water Don't Mix Coalition. I urge you to deny the NPDES permit to Enbridge for the Line 5 tunnel project. This corporation is responsible for massive environmental damage in our state and around the world because of the proposed discharge volume, duration, pollutant and treatment uncertainty, receiving water sensitivity, and cumulative impacts. The public interest means that Eagle cannot legally authorize a NPDES permit for this proposed tunnel project. What's been incredibly frustrating in the tunnel permitting process is that each piece of the process places severe limits on what the agencies are allowed to look at in the process. When all these disparate pieces are put together, the puzzle makes no sense. We are truly not looking at the full picture. The focus is on approving each individual piece, and this is a completely unprecedented project, and Enbridge has done their best to hide relevant information that reveals what a total scam this entire thing truly is. I want to highlight one thing brought up in the Q&A. It was said that we can assume that the information that's provided by Enbridge is true, and the assumption is that Enbridge is always acting in good faith and does not lie or misinform. Their pipeline safety track record shows the exact opposite. And when it comes to assumptions about Enbridge, you know the saying. This project will be a disaster for our state and will only put our Great Lakes at further risk. Michigan would take on that risk while Enbridge continues to rake in profits for a century. I know that you feel your hands are tied, but you have the opportunity to stop this madness and protect our water for future generations. A better world is possible, and you can be a part of it. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your comment, Ross. All right, next up is John Healy, and then after John is Paul Prebay. So John, looks like you're unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm John Healy. I'm with Pipeliners Union, Local 798. I'd just like to say I've heard a lot of good comments here tonight, and there's nothing I can say that that hasn't already been said. I like that fella, the carpenter there in Detroit. But I think that propane out of that line, out of line 5, is what is used to heat my home with. And I hope to make retirement. And I do know that there's some people in my community collecting Social Security that can't meet their energy needs with their limited funds. And I hope not to be in that position. And I feel for them. And I strongly urge to build this tunnel. And I think the sooner the better. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, John. All right, next up is Paul Prebay, and then after Paul is Chris Ziegler. Are you there, Paul?
Yes, I am.
All right, feel free to take it away and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Paul Prebay, LIUNA Local 1098 member and business agent for the laborers. Building the Line 5 tunnel has considerable real benefits and very few, if any, drawbacks. The tunnel provides thick, well-protected walls, an enclosed space well beneath the straits, and this means real-time visual inspections. This provides greater environmental protections and an opportunity for additional utilities to safely traverse between the peninsulas. It also means more safety for the Great Lakes and potentially more connectivity for the Upper Peninsula, creating an overall more unified Michigan. I've personally worked on Line 5 throughout Michigan and in both stations on each side of the Straits of Mackinac, and have seen firsthand and participated in safe working and environmental measures for those projects I was involved with. There is no reason to delay the renewal of this permit, and I strongly encourage you to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and then next up is going to be Chris Ziegler, and then after Chris, we'll take another 10-minute break. We've been going at it for about another hour, taking your comments, and then we'll resume after that break. So go ahead, Chris.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Ziegler. I'm with the American Petroleum Institute. Thank you for the opportunity to express our strong support for the reissuance of the NPDES permit for the Line 5 Great Lakes Tunnel Project. As we know, Eagle approved the previous permit in 2021 following one of the most thorough review processes in state's history, including multiple public meetings, hearings, thousands of public comments, and independent technical white papers evaluating the project's impact on water resources. Eagle concluded that the permit conditions and the effluent limitations were fully protective of the water quality standards. This reissued permit ensures that the Great Lakes are protected at every stage. It requires a multi-stage wastewater treatment system, solids removal, secondary separation, and final stage filtration so that all water meets strict quality standards before any discharge. Temperature limits protect sensitive aquatic species. All construction materials must be stored in enclosed, weatherproof systems with secondary containment, and the entire treatment system must be certified by a professional engineer before construction begins. Eagle has found no contamination concerns at either construction site and determined that any groundwater impact would be insignificant. After construction, long-term discharge from the tunnel will be minimal, underscoring the project's limited environmental footprint. This reissuance follows the standard 5-year permit cycle. The draft renewal adds additional discharge restrictions and enhanced monitoring. This well-studied, previously approved permit should be reissued without hesitation. The Great Lakes Tunnel Project is a common-sense solution supported by most Michiganders. It is the best path forward to protecting the waters of the Great Lakes while ensuring the safe transportation of affordable, reliable energy. And we urge Eagle to reissue this permit without delay. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight.
All right, thanks for comments, Chris. All right, we're going to take another 10-minute break. So we'll be coming back online at about 9:14. So please hang with us. Just so you know, we have about 18 people left who indicated during registration that they wanted to make a comment. And also I should let you know that as we approach the end, that this list was taken at around noon today. So if you registered after that, you'll have to raise your hand to make your comment. But you did not need to register to make your comment. That you could. We'll open it up to everybody else who did not register or who registered and didn't indicate they wanted to make a comment. All right, so 9:14. We'll see you all back in a little bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started. Just to recap where we're at, we have about 11 people, or I'm sorry, 18 people on our list, remaining of people who indicated during registration that they wanted to make a comment, and then we'll go to anybody else who'd like to make a comment and hasn't made one yet by raising your hand in Zoom. All right, so next up is Virginia Drew, and then after Virginia Drew is Alex H., and then Travis Brady. So Virginia Drew, you are unmuted and you can begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Virginia Drew. I was born in Michigan in 1949 and I grew up on a small farm near Saranac. We raised Herefords and my siblings and I showed our cows at the Ionia Fair. We had ponds and swamps and enjoyed exploring them. I spent years as a teacher sharing with my students stories of farm life and my adventures. My family loves Michigan and we want to keep our beautiful state functioning at the best level possible. I have been in many countries throughout the world, including Uruguay, Argentina, Peru, Honduras, Guatemala, Hungary, Romania, and a few others. I always find that Michigan is my favorite place with its great variety of scenery and weather. And I love fishing whenever I get a chance to go. So the water sources in Michigan are very important to me. Because of my love for Michigan, I want to see it be able to maintain a good industrial and business atmosphere, providing the resources and businesses need to run their machinery. Also, our families need the natural resources to heat and cool their homes. It's very important to not only upkeep, but to improve Line 5 pipeline to ensure that we will continue to have this very important source for transporting of oil and natural gas. 22,000 jobs depend on it, and there is over $5 billion of business activity generated because of this pipeline. Looking around Shiawassee County, where I now live, I see how important the resources are to maintaining and growing our economy and to providing the necessary resources for continuing our standard of living. I have seen families in other countries who do not have these good resources, and they struggle to care for their loved ones. It is so important to me and my family and my friends that you improve the Line 5 pipeline project. We would be hurt by the closure of this pipeline. Please really think about this and keep our state at top notch for all of us. Thank you for listening to my thoughts and comments on this issue that will affect me and many others for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Virginia. All right, next up is Alex H., then Travis Brady, followed by Michael Pratt. So Alex H., you are unmuted and can begin.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Alex. I'm an information scientist, software engineer, and my career has focused on the impacts of Western institutions on Indigenous cultural heritage and lifeways. So you can imagine what I think about an oil pipeline running through the University of Michigan studied single riskiest spot in the Great Lakes watershed and polluting native fisheries with these 2 billion gallons, as we discussed. And Virginia, I appreciate your comment about jobs. I can't remember the number that you mentioned that are tied up with the pipeline, but there's 1.3 million jobs that are tied up in the Great Lakes. And I urge you to reconsider and look again at maybe this example that I'm about to share. During the introduction, I heard Hannah, you indicate that there would be no ongoing monitoring at the outfall sites following construction. And that is almost devastating, especially when taking into consideration the following excerpt from the file titled WQBEL, the Water Quality-Based Effluent Limits. These are the biologist recommendations. Quote, the acute toxicity limitation and monitoring requirements is based on the use of several proposed water treatment additives, unknown composition of the water treatment additives, unknown toxicity of the proposed water treatment additives, and unknown toxicity related to the synergistic nature of the cumulative toxicity and the complex nature of the final effluent. End quote. So we have cumulative toxicity and complex nature, but we're not monitoring after dumping 2 billion gallons of these unknown toxins with unknown synergistic nature and cumulative toxicity. over years of the construction. This permit does not include cumulative or long-term studies and monitoring. Brian, Hannah, Tarek, Andrea, Joseph, y'all are not bad people, but this is a bad thing for the Great Lakes, and you must recognize it at some level. I implore you, whatever power you have, to reject this permit. If you have kids or the pleasure of being around them, ask them what to do. Like, ask them if you could prevent 2 billion gallons of water, unknown toxic wastewater pouring into the Great Lakes, would you do it? I hope the answer is as obvious as it is to me. Thanks for your work, and thanks for listening.
Thanks for your comment, Alex. All right, looks like Travis Brady is not on, so next up will be Michael Pratt, followed by Gavin Green. So Michael, you are unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Michael Pratt. Here I farm in St. Clair County, where I serve on the Farm Bureau Board as well as the Cattlemen's Board. We are a cow-calf operation and grow some cash crops. My wife does have some Texas Longhorns that we raise for show. We also have planted grass around all our waterways on the farm to filter the runoffs. They call them filter strips. We take our family has been farming here since at least 1820 when the first census was taken. We are always environmentalists, keeping our waterways safe for all animals and people to drink. We also sequester carbon. We grow corn crops that produce oxygen and consumes CO2, and make food and fiber. So I've been keeping the environment clean and safe my whole life. And this way, I think the way the tunnel is planned to be constructed would also keep the environment safe. This is why I urge you to approve the permit for the Line 5 tunnel project. And I thank you guys for all your hard work and your time for letting us comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, so next up is Gavin Green, and then Aaron Cole and Anthony DiCarlo. So Gavin, you are unmuted.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Awesome. So my name is Gavin Green. I am a member of Lionia Laborers Union 1098. And building this tunnel means protecting the Great Lakes. And as a born and raised proud Michigander, I want to do everything in my ability to protect my home and building the tunnel. This means so by protecting one of the greatest freshwater sources in the world. Currently, Line 5 is sitting on the bed of the Straits of Mackinac, exposed and is in potential danger to our waters. Further, as I understand, the draft permit renewal includes additional discharge restrictions and enhanced monitoring requirements that are included to protect the straits. It's time to approve this renewal and make a plan to further protect the Great Lakes and get our members to work. I believe this will enhance our economy. Not only that, but it would protect our waters more than not doing anything with the pipe and leaving it at the bottom of our straits. I'd like to thank you again for your time, and that's my comment.
Thanks for your comment, Gavin. All right, next up is Aaron Cole, Anthony DiCarlo, and then Jane Huter. All right, it looks like Aaron is not on. Keith, and neither is Anthony DiCarlo, Jane Huter, Nat Spur, Becky Spur, Keith Bryan. Looks like Keith Bryan is on, and you can begin your comment, Keith, when you're ready.
Thank you. I appreciate the offer to speak today. My name is Keith Bryan. I'm 82 years old. I'm a longtime resident of White Lake, Michigan. I'm a private citizen. I'm not affiliated with any special group. I'm here to speak for the common man that know how much they need Line 5. They need the jobs, the energy, and all the good things that are going to come from that.
I'm originally from Colorado, where my grandfather in the 1930s started a small wildcat oil company that explored, drilled oil wells in western Colorado, eastern Utah, and Wyoming. I was the oldest grandchild and took the most interest in what my grandfather did. As a result, in the 1970s, I took over operation of the company, and I'm still on the board. When I took over, the first thing I did was stop drilling and started partnering with companies that had the exploration, transportation, and drilling experience to be successful. In the 1970s, it became very obvious that for the United States to have a steady supply of energy that was needed for what was needed was for successful oil men and highly functioning refining, transportation, and delivery system. Line 5 will help do that. I've been involved with conservation movement within Michigan all my adult life and have worked tirelessly with conservation groups to help our great state retain its wondrous beauties, support the lives and livelihoods of our residents. I've supported Line 5 since I heard about the project years ago and truly do not understand why anyone would be opposed to building this pipeline. It will absolutely safeguard our Great Lakes watershed, but it will also ensure that the people, the workers, and all manufacturing industries have safe, clean, abundant, and endless energy for the future of all of us. I'm asking all of you to vote for and fully support the Line 5 project in its totality. The people of Michigan need your support to ensure that they can continue to heat their homes, produce energy for our very survival. Without reliable and abundant energy, our manufacturing service industry will fall apart and Michigan will become a place of afterthought for wholesome life. Thank you for allowing me time to address this issue, and I look forward to working with all of you in the future to continue to make Michigan the place to work, live, and raise a family. And thanks.
No, thanks for your comment, Keith. All right, it looks like a few are not upcoming or not on. Maria Urquidi and Sarah Kofi are next, but they're not on, which would leave David Moore, and then Paula Leach, and then Sarah Bonnet. So David, it looks like you are unmuted on our end, and you can unmute yourself and begin your statement.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. My name is David Moore. I've lived in Michigan most all my life. Been a logger and drove truck. And I like to fish also. Everybody in this town that I live in goes up to the park west of the bridge up there at Wilderness and goes fishing. I believe the tunnel over the existing pipeline is a great idea to protect the line and the water and the fish there. If the pipeline was removed, I think it would be more dangerous. I've been a truck driver, like I said, and there is a lot of accidents. I think it is safer to transport oil in a pipeline. I also think they do a good job maintaining the pipeline. We really need this pipeline for the energy it brings. Michigan, I know is cheaper than on a truck and safer. I would like people to know how many jobs it would make for Michigan. It will really help the economy. I don't see any good reason you wouldn't want this project. A pipeline is the greatest way to move gas, and the project that you have in mind is the best way to move the gas and oil, in my opinion. If you've ever seen an accident in transportation, especially with trains, please, I can't emphasize enough that you let this project go forward. I think it will keep the water and the fishing good in the Great Lakes. If the pipeline was shut down, you have to move the gas and oil some way. And I think the pipeline is the safest. And that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, David. All right, next up is Paula Leach. It doesn't appear Paula is on. So next up is Sarah Bonnet, and then James Dobbins, and then Mackenzie Michaels is the last person on my list. So you can go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah Bonnet, and I am a resident of Bay City, Michigan. And there are just so many concerns with this whole project: wetlands, submerged lands, climate change issues, along with the water quality standards. However, I know that this hearing is only to comment on Enbridge's NPDES application. First, I'd like to say how glad I was to see the diligence and care that Eagle employees took when looking over the application. I really appreciate Eagle. What concerns me is the lack of attention to detail by Enbridge. There were at least 4 correction requests from Eagle before the application was considered complete. In the first iteration, it appeared that Enbridge did not even identify the location of outfall 001 correctly. The calculation of flow at outfall 3 was miscalculated. These are straightforward items that should be no-brainers. My main concern is that if care is not taken with the application, care will not be taken by Enbridge in monitoring the effluent. I know that the state will often grant NPDES permit if a permittee states that water quality standards will be met. However, Enbridge's track record is just not good, and that is concerning. Look at Enbridge's past history: delayed warnings by Enbridge regarding gaps of the protective coating on the old pipeline, and being the responsible party for one of the largest inland oil spills in the US on the Kalamazoo River. Do we want a private industry with a mediocre environmental track record to be discharging millions of gallons of wastewater? I am frankly not convinced that we should be confident in their monitoring and reporting based on their past record. Enbridge's past environmental history and lack of detail in the NPDES application is alarming. There are better alternatives for the people of the Great Lakes than to allow this project to go forward with its accompanying wastewater discharge. Thank you for taking the time to consider my comments. I appreciate all the time that Eagle is putting into this.
Thank you for your comments, Sarah. All right, next up is James Dobbins. Doesn't look like James is on, so Mackenzie Michaels. And Mackenzie is the last person on my list of registrants.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You can begin when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Michaels. I'm a researcher on a wetland ecology lab, and I work in Michigan every summer, studying soil chemistry, wetland plants, and their response to restoration and management. I'm speaking today to urge you to deny the NPDES permit, as this approval will have far-reaching impacts on the surrounding ecosystems, not just the immediate groundwater, as the permit seems to imply. I have to urge us to consider the extended impacts that approving this permit and thus the pipeline would cause for Michigan Great Lakes coastal wetlands, which are critically important ecosystems that provide clean drinking water, water retention capacity to prevent flooding, processing of pollutants, recreational opportunities, and the robust biodiversity of an entire region. However, over 50% of Michigan's historical wetlands have already been lost to human development. These wetlands can't function if they don't exist, and any filtration that Enbridge is approved to do will not be as robust or beneficial as the natural filtration and processing provided by a true Great Lakes coastal wetland. Cement absorbs water and cracks under pressure, so I'm 100% confident that this pipeline will leak and will pollute all of our Great Lakes. I and other members of my team have had the pleasure of working and studying a remnant wetland that sits right in the path of the proposed pipeline, St. Ignace Marsh. For the past 20 years, we have visited this marsh just northwest of the Mackinac Bridge. St. Ignace Marsh hosts several endangered plants and bat species. For example, dwarf lake iris, common butterwort, big and little brown bats, eastern red, and silver-haired bats. These species rely on high-quality wetland habitat for their survival, which has become extremely rare around the Great Lakes. The construction, maintenance, eventual failure, and deconstruction of this pipeline poses severe risks to St. Ignace Marsh and the entire Great Lakes region. Oil spills from pipelines happen often, and even small spills release toxic chemicals that can affect nearby wildlife and human access. This pipeline in particular has already been fought on many fronts because it impacts indigenous land rights, poses risks to all of the Great Lakes, and forces unnecessary reliance on fossil fuels in the state of Michigan. The likely spillage and spread of millions of gallons of oil into the Straits of Mackinac will have devastating consequences. Potential gas explosions, sinkholes, deforestation, erosion, the spread of oil that would pollute the waters of our important coastal wetlands and all of the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes and their coastal wetlands are what first fostered human settlement in this region and are invaluable resources for all who have come after. We have to protect our remaining wetlands and the plants, animals, and people who rely on them. Enbridge is not a company we can trust. They do not care about Michigan, its people, or its natural features. Enbridge is responsible for the 2010 oil spill in Marshall, which many people have talked about, and which we are still recovering from. And recently they failed. Okay, thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you. All right. Yeah,
Too long.
Thank you for your
Stick with
comment.
the timer, but
All right, there we go. All right. Next up. All right. We are through with our list, and we will go to the raised hands next. So if you've not made a comment yet and would like to make a comment, please raise your hand in Zoom, click the raise hand icon, and we will call on you in order of your raised hand. If you're on the phone, you can select *9. That will raise your hand in Zoom, and then we'll call on you using the last 4 digits of your phone number. Thank you for your patience up to this point. And the last thing, just a heads up that if you did not register before around 11 a.m. this morning, then your name was not on the list, so you'll need to raise your hand in Zoom. All right, so next up, all right. It looks like we missed a Paula Leach. We are going to unmute Paula, who was on the list. Paula, you are unmuted and can make your comment when you're ready. Oh, looks like you're still muted on your end, though. All right, so give you, oh, are you there, Paula? I think I can hear you, Paula. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm here. Thank you. Enbridge has spent years in federal court attempting to use interstate commerce and federal pipeline authority to argue that Michigan's sovereign authority over its own waters doesn't apply to them. They have actively worked to prevent this state from fulfilling its public trust obligations that exist under Michigan common law, the Michigan Environmental Protection Act, and the Public Trust Doctrine to protect the shared waters of the Great Lakes for the people of this state and future generations. Michigan should not reward that posture with a permit that cuts corners on the very protections state law requires. The Great Lakes are not Enbridge's to use. They belong to all of us, and this state has both the authority and the legal obligation to say no. Because of the proposed discharge volume, duration, pollutant, and treatment uncertainty, receiving water, sensitivity, cumulative impacts, Eagle cannot legally authorize an NPDES permit for this proposed tunnel project. You must deny this permit. Deny the upcoming Section 404 permits. Michigan's obligation is to the Great Lakes, not to a foreign oil company seeking to dismantle the state's authority to protect them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Paula. Sorry we missed you the first time around. All right, now we'll go to the raised hands. If you have not made a comment yet and would like to, please raise your hand in Zoom, and we'll call on you using your name. If you're on the phone, select *9, and we'll call on you using the last 4 digits of your phone number and unmute you. Michaela Zabrodin, you are Next up, we will unmute you, and you can unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Mikhail Zabrodin. I'm with Pipeliners Local 798. I just recently moved to Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm proud to support Enbridge Energy's Line 5 Straits Tunnel project as it seeks reissuance of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. The Eagles' proposed decision in May to reissue this permit followed the lengthy review process that analyzed project safety, environmental concerns, and impact on local communities. All this was with the goal to eliminate potential risks from construction and operation. Through every stage of this process, Enbridge continues to demonstrate its commitment to maintaining the highest level of safety and environmental responsibility. Project developers have added multiple layers of safety and environmental protection to the existing pipeline that Enbridge has operated for decades. In addition, Enbridge has established enhanced inspection and operation protocols for the project while also working closely with landowners, tribal leaders, and safety experts to ensure the safety and most efficient pipeline operation. By announcing plans to reissue the NPDESP, the Eagle clearly recognizes this commitment. I support the Eagle's proposed decision to reissue this wastewater discharge permit because the project prioritizes the safety and sustainability focused on protecting the pipeline workers and area residents and preserving the land traversed by the project. Generates critical economic activity. Enbridge has paid tens of millions of dollars in property taxes in Michigan alone for its energy infrastructure projects. This tax revenue is available to be invested in schools, roads, and bridges and other vital public services. Creates good paying jobs for the local workforce, many of whom include Local 798 members who depend on a strong industry to continue to provide for the families and support their communities. And this long delayed project is allowed to move forward. Enbridge will be in good position to help ensure an uninterrupted supply of reliable, affordable energy to Michigan residents, small business owners, and other community members across the region. Thank you, and I hope this permit will be approved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Emily Baker, and then after Emily is Tabitha Mack. So Emily, we are going to unmute you, and then you can unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Well, I definitely, there's definitely a lot that I've heard, and I guess for brevity's sake, I want to declare that I thoroughly agree with all the points that the people who oppose the NPDES permit for the Line 5 have declared, and I wanted to add to the point about the water treatment additives. Those may include biocides, water conditioners, pH adjusting agents, and other things, and we don't know what those might have on the wildlife. And also, drawing 1 million gallons a day had great velocity through an intake valve could easily suck a lot of small fish and eggs and larvae up into the intake or against, cause a lot of harm. And I guess we should assume that just because Lake Michigan is so big, it means that there won't be any problems if we dump stuff into it. There was some recent flooding that caused a lot of sewage discharge into Lake Michigan from the city of Milwaukee. This happened through a rainstorm in 2025, and in 2018 they had to dump it in deliberately. I don't think we'd want a repeat of that or something that could easily be on par with that. And I get it. And for what it's worth, I get it. We apparently still need oil and propane and plastic and stuff for time being, and pipelines are the safest way to transport it. Do they need to be so big? I mean, couldn't we do that with smaller pipelines, 4-inch diameter ones for propane and 8-inch diameter ones for the crude? That would all told, it's that he should choose to truly protect the Great Lakes rather than get on promises that aren't guaranteed, despite what the ads may say. We need to make Enbridge prove that they can live up to all their promises before you approve anything of theirs, and refuse them if they can't or won't. Full stop. And if somebody believed that we as a nation don't deserve the Great Lakes anymore, or because of as of what we consider protecting them, do we want to give them further vindication or even an easy target further along down the line? Because that tunnel could be explosive.
Emily, you're out of time, but thank you for your comment.
Well, thank you very much for your time and consideration.
All right. One item to note before I move on. If you've already made a comment tonight, it's going to be one comment per person, so we won't be able to call on you and take another comment if you've already made one tonight, unless there's somebody else on the line who has not made a comment yet and would like to make a comment. To try to make it fair for everyone, it's one comment per person, just as a heads up for any folks who are waiting in line. Looks like we have about 30 hands raised right now. So next up is Tabitha Mack, and then after Tabitha, Alicia Gervais. So Tabitha, we are going to unmute you. And you can unmute yourself and make your statement when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Tabitha, and I oppose the Line 5 pipeline. I'm a young person, and I was born and raised in our beautiful state of Michigan. I believe that our Great Lakes are invaluable and should never be compromised. Please protect them by denying this project. I'm sick of hearing the word millions, whether it be about dollars generated from the pollution of our state at the sacrifice of our citizens' livelihood, the millions of gallons of oil spilled into our Great Lakes and the water of our entire planet, or the millions amount of contaminants in our water per parts per million that leach into our ecosystem, including our drinking water and our bodies. Please protect our state. If this project does go through, however, given the unfortunate trends of corporations doing whatever they want without caring much about those affected, Eagle must push for the absolute strictest possible guidelines to prevent the destruction of our land and lakes. A comprehensive and detailed shutdown procedure should be included in the project should it violate any of the agreement, and it should be non-negotiable that the pipeline will be shut down. That being said, Eagle should not allow this permit to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right. Next up, Alicia Gervais.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Alicia Jarvis, and I represent myself. I'm a Sioux Tribe member, Youper, and an engineer. And I'd like to ask a few additional questions, even though I know you cannot answer them. Where is the geological information for the hydraulic drilling that will occur to create these water intake systems? What's the remediation plan for when the 12,000 to 15,000 gallons of drilling fluid and bentonite that could be released happens? How will our aquifers be protected from this drilling? And again, here we are building another intake pipeline that will be abandoned in place for the purpose of constructing another pipelines tunnel, while the original pipeline will also be abandoned in place. How many pipelines will be abandoned in place by the end of this project? Has there been testing completed on the filtration systems that will be used for the wastewater to ensure their performance as expected? The water treatment additives that aren't even submitted at this point cannot be commented on by the public, as they will be submitted separately. This permit is incomplete, yet we are holding public comment. There's not enough information to even consider this permit or allow for adequate public comment. During the meeting, the outfall locations were claimed to be well within the lake. However, according to your documentation, there are trees and land growth clearly visible in the location of the outfall. This doesn't give me confidence in the information provided. It was said that the TDS limit was removed due to the replacement with 3-stage filtration and separate standards. But then during the question about sediments, the TDS limits were mentioned again that would prevent this. Is or isn't the TDS limit required to be met? I've also heard various numbers for the temperature limit. In this meeting, you claimed the temperature limit was 80 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 10 to 20 degrees higher than the average summer lake temperature. However, there's no information provided how this water temperature will influence the lake aquatic environment and tribal nations' treaty rights. How will the cumulative impact affect the cold water species that live in the lake? It's your job to provide adequate environmental analysis. What are the consequences and remediation efforts when any of these parameters are not met? How will it be corrected to protect our water? There's no room for mistakes. This is many municipalities' drinking water that you're playing with. The water quality standards for surface water discharge are ridiculously inadequate when you compare them to our groundwater standards. Approving this permit is not in the public's interest, nor has it received tribal nations' consent. It should be continuously rejected.
All right, thank you for your comment. All right, looks like Sarah Brabs is next. And you are unmuted on our end, Sarah, if you'd like to make a comment.
I would like to make a comment. Yeah, I've listened to a lot of things. I have a lot of notes, but I think I can distill it down to a few things. First, I just want to say that I have heard a lot of concerns about jobs lost around Line 5 and also propane and just the reality of needing energy and heat. And I do hear all of that. I want to say that especially before saying what I'm saying next, because I think those are important problems that are not easily solved, but do have other solutions and other people already working on them, including what was said earlier, related to Enbridge being able to do something differently without it really hardly costing them much at all, instead of putting at risk our Great Lakes. And I just want to say, if Enbridge was a company that had earned our trust and had earned by doing the integrity that comes with only that, especially in this moment of water bankruptcy that we're in, I would maybe have a different comment right now, even though I still wouldn't really support this pipeline, this situation. So Eagle, I am Sarah Brabs. I was part of and still am the people that were involved in and suffered because of your speedy approval of the Saline Township data center permits, which I understand were not just you, they came from the MPSC, whose salaries are paid for by these energy companies. And that meant we didn't get an environmental impact report. Never mind the Native American bones nearby, never mind the mastodon bones, never mind the wetlands, never mind people's rights, never mind Oracle's billions. It didn't matter. So basically your speed at approving those really sucked. And we heard word on the street, totally a rumor, but we heard that you have never been under the pressure that you were under to approve those, especially at speed, and you would never have approved them in a normal world. So right now, I want you and I want anyone listening to understand we are here with researchers, people who've devoted their life to doing so much more than I can begin to say right now. So thank you, by the way. But we have a lot of people, including future generations, whose livelihoods and concerns are at stake, and our safety is at stake, our health is at stake. You have the power to slow down, to ask questions, to not roll over, and your use, Eagle staff, of we language in the beginning, as though we is like an unconscious tell of that you are with Enbridge on this, and your language around we will reveals
Hey, Sarah,
that you made a
Sarah,
decision.
you're out of time.
Thank you for hearing me out, and I hope that you do the right thing here and don't approve this or slow it the fuck down.
Right, thanks for your comments. All right, next up is Ash Sellen, and then after Ash is Eric McCleary. So Ash, we are going to unmute you.
Hello.
Hello. We can
Hi.
hear you. You can begin your comment when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Ash Sellen. I'm a lifelong resident of Southwest Michigan, and I strongly oppose the granting of this permit. My personal story is that the Kalamazoo River was a short walk from my back door growing up. I was 7 years old when Enbridge spilled roughly 1 million gallons of oil into the Kalamazoo River, oil that was headed to Canada. I can never forget the oily sheen coating the water in the riverbeds or the plants that died alongside it. Plants like wild rice that have been depended on by Indigenous communities for hundreds of years. This incident is at the forefront of my memories and of all of Southwest Michigan. 80 to 90% of the crude oil in Line 5 goes to Canada for export. Energy consultant Neil Ernest, hired by Enbridge, says that shutting down Line 5 would increase gas prices by only half of a penny for Michigan residents. An independent party, Dynamic Risk Assessment Systems, was hired by the state of Michigan in 2016 to 17 and found that the decommissioning of Line 5 would create more jobs than this tunnel alternative. Enbridge illegally operated Line 5 despite Governor Whitmer's shutdown order. They cannot be trusted. Eagle exists to protect our waterways and community. This permit offers no benefit to our gas prices, to our working class, to our Indigenous communities, or to any people in Michigan. It only poses threats to our waterways, our ecosystems, and local communities. The Great Lakes house over 20% of the entire world's fresh water. Compromising these waters will impact not only Michigan, but the entire country and more for generations to come. Approving this permit to no benefit of Michigan's people and the dire risk of the environment for no reason but profit that will never see our working class is in direct opposition to what Eagle is here to do and their legal obligation to the state of Michigan and its residents. I urge you to reject this proposal. As a Michigan voter, nothing matters more to me than our ecosystem and the people who rely on it. Everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Eric McCready, or McCleary, my apologies. Eric McCleary, followed by Ashley Guardado. All right, Eric, you are unmuted, and you can unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Howdy, my name is Eric McCleary. I'm calling with Clean Water Action. I want to say first, this is not about energy in our state. This is about water in our state. Your obligation, I'm sure you know, is to protect our waterways. So I'm earlier participants said I'm asking you to be a hero and protect our waterways. I'm not asking you to be a hero. I'm asking you to do your job. The Straits of Mackinac are classified as Tier 2 high quality waters under Michigan's anti-degradation requirements. This protection exists because the Straits have exceptional ecological, recreational, cultural, and public value. Eagle must ensure that existing water quality is maintained and that degradation is only allowed when it is necessary and justified. This permit, however, does not demonstrate compliance with that anti-degradation requirement. First, it does not prove that the proposed discharges will remain within the strict limits of the strait assimilative capacity. Second, Eagle cannot simply approve pollution because it meets a numerical limit. It must demonstrate that the high quality waters will actually be protected. So, further, no anti-degradation exemption applies in this permit because this is not a short-term emergency discharge and it's not a temporary action. Um, so with all that in mind, I'm trying to use my time expeditiously, but Enbridge is requesting authorization for nearly 7 million gallons a day of discharge into Lake Michigan. We don't want continuous discharges into one of the most vital parts of our Great Lakes ecosystem. It is important that you all weigh the particular economic cost, the particular economic gain for a few against the massive economic cost for the entire state and our neighbors' economies. So, first and foremost, water is a human right. Second, the Great Lakes are not an industrial sacrifice zone. Because the proposed discharge volume, duration, pollutant uncertainty, and sensitivity of the receiving waters and cumulative impacts, the public interest requires that Eagle deny this permit. So please, again, I am not asking you to be heroes. I'm asking you to do your job, which I expect you all to do as respectable members of our government. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right. One quick thing before we move on, just a heads up, if you have your hand raised, keep it raised. Otherwise, it will change your place in the queue and in line. So just a heads up on that. Next up is Ashley Guardado. Ashley, we're going to unmute you, and you can unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hello, thank you. My name is Ashley Guardado, and I'm here today to urge Eagle to deny Enbridge's wastewater discharge permit for the proposed Line 5 tunnel project. When considering this permit, I ask you not only to assess the permit details before you, but to thoroughly scrutinize the track record of the company seeking it, as you have been forewarned and asked, requested, demanded from all of those before me that are also asking you to deny this project. While there have been many attempts to highlight some positive aspects of Enbridge on this call, I really don't know why we're defending a company at all. Man, sorry, it's been many hours, and I do appreciate that this call is still ongoing, but it has been a long call. So we have heard over the last 3 hours the demonstrated and repeated pattern of harm and disregard Enbridge has shown over the decades. We've heard numerous examples of Enbridge putting water ecosystems, communities, and indigenous peoples and their lifeways at risk. From Kalamazoo to Line 3 to the degradation already evidenced on this call just this evening that Enbridge cannot be trusted. Enbridge cannot be trusted. We've also heard about the risk of the lake beds existing upon fault lines, about cumulative impacts of even acute toxicity. And so many of us on this call, I feel, have really soundly emphasized that these incidents were not isolated accidents. Instead, they reflect a consistent pattern across decades of environmental harm, regulatory violations, and a complete and utter failure to protect the very waters and ecosystems that the company promised and promises to safeguard. And still, people on this line are saying, I can't see any good reason why we wouldn't put this permit forward. There are so many reasons listed on this call, just this one call, but there's so much evidence that you can find that shows that Enbridge's track record is horrific. I want to underscore that Enbridge does not act alone, that state and federal agencies continue to overlook this pattern of harm. And so I ask you, where does Eagle fall as we discuss that same company tonight? As Enbridge asks Michigan to once again trust it with its Great Lakes. We are talking about the Great Lakes. These are pristine waters that provide drinking water to more than 40 million people. They hold 20% of the world's fresh surface water. I just can't fathom the risk of contamination and the ecosystem disruption ever being worth any of this. Can you really ask yourself, is any of this worth devastating the Great Lakes? Quite frankly, I just feel it's imperative for you as a committee that you start to imagine what life would be like without the Great Lakes. Imagine if your decision to grant this permit might actually be wrong. Allow yourselves to consider what the very real harm being described to you this evening would mean for the Great Lakes, what that impact would actually look like. And ask yourself, is it worth it? I hope that you find it in your conscience, in your heart, that no, it is not worth it. Please deny this permit.
Thank you for your comment, Ashley. All right. Next up is Nicole Kiwe-Biber. And Nicole, I know you spoke before, so we're not going to be able to take a comment unless you have somebody else on the line that hasn't commented yet that would like to make a comment. So I'm going to unmute you and let me know if someone else is on there. Are you there, Nicole?
Hello, this is somebody else. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yep. Who else do you have?
Okay, thank you. My name is Natalia Shananakot Shepherd, and I just noticed many of the people speaking in support of issuing the permit the statements were struck me as very formulaic, and I noticed patterns among them, kind of like speaking qualifiers of like, oh, I've lived in Michigan for this long, and I care about the environment, and this is what's safest for the environment, and just kind of in a sentimental way. And I would like to urge Eagle to, look to the many people who have come here today speaking facts and evidence, scientists and researchers who, have done a lot of really hard work and very like respectfully put together what they have to say in that way. And one talking point that I noticed come up a lot that was really frustrating for me was that, oh, Enbridge has been respectful and worked with tribal leaders, stuff like that. I'm a citizen of the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians. And, the person in our community who collaborated with Enbridge was an Eagle staff carrier. And our community took that away from them. And nobody talks to them anymore. And I would like to say, please keep our community's name out of your mouth in these talking points. I think that it's at best comes from a very misled and misguided place. But to me, it strikes me as very disingenuous, and like people are, getting paid off. And I understand that these are difficult times and everybody is struggling financially. But I, the one thing that we could always have are our waters, and we need that. And if we can take care of that, then that will provide for us forever. It's a reciprocal relationship. All we have to do is love her, And yeah, I'm not the best speaker or whatever. I'm not a scientist, but I just wanted to say something. And just yeah, please deny the permit. Miigwech.
Thanks for your comment. All right, next up is James Kosmanek, and then after James is Jason Gear. So James, you are unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Members of the board, my name is Jim Kosmanek, resident of Holton County, enjoying retirement in Keweenaw since 2018. Over the years, I have worked in small manufacturing companies in engineering departments designing fabricated equipment. In later years, I worked as an electrician on the manufacturing floor, improving and keeping the production line going. I gladly support the improvements of Line 5, one of the most important lifelines to Michigan for both living and working in a strong farming and industrial economy. Michigan has a history of developing industries that consume high amounts of energy. In the Upper Peninsula, it was mining that required energy to extract copper and iron for a growing economy. These needs have not disappeared and are now even more important as we move into the future. I am truly one of the supporters that advocate in favor of permitting Michigan Line 5. We need to maintain a strong economy, which requires efficient transportation of energy into our great state. Updates to the pipeline will be the safest way to accomplish this task for the future generations. Thank you for your consideration to this matter.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, James. All right, next up is Jason Gear, and after Jason is James Patak. So Jason, you are unmuted on our end.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Jason Gear. I represent the Michigan Oil and Gas Association. The Michigan Oil and Gas Association encourages Eagle to reissue the NPDES permit for the Great Lakes Tunnel project. Eagle has previously determined that the proposed project will not adversely impact the water quality of the Great Lakes. The draft permit renewal includes additional discharge restrictions and enhanced monitoring requirements to provide even greater protection for the Straits. The Great Lakes Tunnel project will help ensure that Michigan's small business energy producers continue to have access to the safest, most efficient, and most cost-effective method of transporting energy products to market while minimizing impacts on local communities, roadways, and the environment. For these reasons, we strongly encourage Eagle to reissue the NPDES permit for the Great Lakes Tunnel project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Jason. All right, next up is James Patak, and then after James is Samantha Cooper. So James, you are unmuted.
Hi, I'm James Patak. I work for Seventh Legacy. I'm a Line 5 monitor and a tribal liaison. I'm also a member of the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indian. I've been part of the 40,000 hours of survey work done up in the Straits. I've seen firsthand the compliance and safety measures taken by Enbridge. I've also been down to the Marshall spill site, and it is now certified wildlife habitat. Until somebody else can convince me differently, I think that we should start the Line 5 project. We depend on the fossil fuels to heat our homes, and I don't plan on anytime soon going back to horse and buggy. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up, Samantha Cooper, and then after Samantha is Whitney Gravel. All right, Samantha, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. This is Samantha Cooper. I'm with the Michigan Climate Action Network and several grassroots organizations that are devoting their lives to trying to help convince people that we have another way to go other than this tunnel. I just wanted to note if Nicole Biber's hand is still raised, her daughter wants to speak. So that's why her hand is raised, even though she is spoken. So if the Line 5 tunnel is operational in 6 years, that's 6 years of continued operation of the old Line 5 tunnel, which is dangerously outdated and has already spilled over 1 million gallons of oil along its length. As professor and environmental law expert Andy Bushbaum recently stated in a WDET interview, why would we spend billions and risk the Great Lakes on this project to supply fuel that there won't be much of a demand for in 6 years, aka this will become a stranded asset. The energy demands of this country will be dramatically different in 6 years, and the demand for Line 5 might not even exist. Renewable energy is the future, and Michigan is behind the curve. This is embarrassing and a threat to our freshwater security. Enbridge has not earned our trust over and over again. We must do better. We cannot depend on them for our freshwater security. I urge Eagle to reject Enbridge's request for a national pollutant discharge elimination system permit for the proposed Line 5 tunnel project. How can Line 5 energy infrastructure be essential if it threatens affordability, energy independence, freshwater security, and our regional economy? Line 5 is a colossal outdated liability with a multi-billion-dollar spill risk in the Straits of Mackinac, according to a Flow commissioned report. We do not have to settle for the type of non-renewable energy security that sacrifices our freshwater security, once again, sabotages our Michigan Healthy Climate Plan, dooms us to more frequent and costly climate disasters, threatens indigenous lifeways and cultural resources, and keeps us dependent on volatile fossil fuels, especially when those false non-renewable energy solutions are factually non-essential. More than 70% of the oil in Line 5 is for Canadian markets, but Michigan incurs the risks. A 1023 report from PLG Consulting, which does economic modeling for the oil industry, shows that the impact of shutting down Line 5 would be minimal, especially if the industry has 6 months heads up to plan. There are plenty of other ways to get the oil and gas we need while continuing to transition to renewable energy. A 2022 report authored by Martin Myers of Myers Energy Consulting similarly shows that supply and price disruptions related to Line 5 shutdown would be manageable. In terms of affordability for Michiganders, a comprehensive LEI study shows that a Line 5 shutdown would amount to a temporary price increase of less than 5 cents per gallon.
Samantha, you are out of time.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you for your comment.
Yep.
All right, Whitney Gravel, you are unmuted and you can unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Good evening. I want to start off by saying Chi Miigwech and thank you to Eagle for their time tonight, as well as a huge Chi Miigwech to our youth on the call speaking for our future. Ani Bojo, my name is Whitney Gravel. I am a citizen of Bay Mills Indian community and I serve as president of our executive council. I speak today on behalf of our tribal nation, whose rights to fish, hunt, and gather in these waters were reserved under the 1836 Treaty of Washington, including in the Straits of Mackinac. I urge Eagle to deny the NPDES permit for the Great Lakes Tunnel project. For my people, the Straits of Mackinac are not simply a location where pipelines run. They are treaty protected waters. They are part of our homeland. They are waters where our ancestors fished, where our children receive their names, where we understand our creation, where we continue to exercise our treaty rights today, and where future generations must be able to do the same, where they're asking to be able to do the same. I listened tonight, I had different comments prepared, but I noticed that supporters of the project argue that the tunnel is safer than the existing Line 5 pipelines, and I think that's something Eagle struggles with too. But I disagree. It is an extremely narrow view because the tunnel does not actually eliminate the risk to the Great Lakes. It simply repackages it. I thought of it this way where, if you imagine someone lights a candle inside a straw home, people start to become concerned about the candle catching the straw on fire. Yet it seems that the response is not to extinguish the candle, but to move it from one room to another and now claim that the house is safe. Yet the candle is still burning. The danger still remains. And that is exactly what this tunnel project does. It moves this infrastructure into a different location, but leaves the Great Lakes exposed to the consequences of a failure. Construction accidents, groundwater impacts, operational failures, leaks, and oil spills will happen. We can be certain of that. Oil will still be transported through the heart of one of the most important freshwater ecosystems on Earth. The debate has become focused on whether a tunnel is safer than the dual pipelines, but for those of us like myself, like Bay Mills Indian community, like the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi that traverse these lands, we depend on these waters, and that misses the point entirely. The Great Lakes are the straw home, and the oil is the candle, and we are not safe. As a tribal citizen, I am especially concerned about what this project means for tribal rights and tribal sovereignty. The rights reserved under the 1836 Treaty of Washington are not privileges granted by the state. They are legally protected rights that our ancestors explicitly retained. And those rights depend on a healthy water, healthy fishery, and healthy ecosystem. If those resources are harmed, our ability to exercise those rights is harmed as well. The federal government, the state of Michigan, and its agencies have a responsibility and obligation to protect treaty reserved resources and respect tribal sovereignty. That responsibility should not be treated as an afterthought.
You're at time, so it'd be great if you could wrap up your comments.
I'll do that. I apologize. I didn't hear the noises, but I just want to say that when we make decisions about these waters, we must ask whether we are protecting them for the future or whether we are finding a solution that is inappropriate and doesn't remove the risk. So please help us protect our treaty rights and protect the Great Lakes for all. I ask Eagle to deny the NPDES permit. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your comment. All right. Next up, I saw Linnea Goose had her hand raised. We are going to unmute Linnea before we move on because her hand was up previously. Are you there, Linnea?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Bonjour. My name is Leanna Goose. I am from Leech Lake. Enbridge put Line 3 through Minnesota, and they made mistakes. I hear a lot of talks about how these plans could be safe, but the Enbridge does not always follow their plans, and I just want to note that. I also want to note that I stand with the tribal nations in Michigan and the other tribal nations whose treaty rights are under threat from Line 5, and I ask that you reject this permit. And I ask that you stand for the water and stand up for the next generations. Right now, we're in the middle of a climate crisis, and we're witnessing the impacts of this firsthand. Last year, the air was unsafe for my children to breathe. We couldn't even go outside for days. And I know I've heard a lot of talks about jobs, and I just want to note that, there won't be jobs on an unlivable planet, and we have to consider that in all that we do in this moment, and we have to work together. Line 5 is a direct threat to treaty rights of tribal nations, and treaty rights are the supreme law of the land underneath the United States Constitution. Corporate profits do not trump treaty rights, and I hope that Eagle understands that and rejects this permit on that basis alone. I also want to note, that this area is home to a large portion of our nation's freshwater, and it is something that we need to protect. We need to stand together. We heard that little girl earlier telling you guys that we cannot drink oil, and I think we need to listen to our youth. This is their future at stake too. So I really appreciate the time today to speak, and I hope that you guys will do the right thing and reject this permit and shut down Line 5. It is not needed. We need clean water. We need that for our survival. That is a scientific fact. We do not need more oil pipelines that are going to exacerbate the climate crisis. So miigwech for the time today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up, Eric Lie, and then Jeff Sparling. So Eric, we're going to unmute you, and then you can unmute yourself and make your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear me,
Are
Eric?
you able to hear me or no?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you, Eric.
Okay, thanks. Okay, my name is Eric Lee. A moment here, grab my notes. I currently live in Minnesota. My family has a cabin near Lake Superior. My grandmother was born in Marquette, Michigan, and I have family members living across the UP. My family enjoys Lake Superior as a beautiful place that we can go to be close to land and water. I've heard others say that they're a common person. I would say I'm also a common person. I work as a nurse and as a teacher for a living. So first thing I want to say is let's be sensible about what the true natural resource is. Is it oil that we're going to be transporting through this pipeline, or is it water that's put at risk by transporting oil through a pipeline along the south shore of Lake Superior and through the Straits of Mackinac? I would say clearly the actual natural resource is water. The Great Lakes contains, as others have said, about 21% of the world's surface fresh water. Human, animal, and plant life depends on that. As the world continues to change, this is the most important thing that we need to preserve for the well-being of future generations of human and all other forms of life. So the question is, should we be giving a permit to Enbridge to discharge wastewater into the Great Lakes? The company's application and analysis has noted that the water treatment chemicals used before discharge will have unknown safety profiles, both individually and cumulatively. So why would we issue this permit? What concern does this show for fish, wildlife, and human health, which will be affected? And another question, does building the tunnel for Line 5 protect the water more than shutting down Line 5 permanently? I would argue that shutting down Line 5 permanently protects the water more. As noted by others already, studies, including those commissioned by Enbridge itself, showed that shutting down Line 5 would not significantly disrupt supply chains to Michigan or raise prices, and that markets would quickly adjust to supplying oil through different pipelines as long as it's needed. Pardon me. And then I wanted to say, in terms of jobs and in terms of concerns over heat, heat pumps are actually already a viable alternative. They're already 2 to 5 times more efficient year-round than gas sources, including propane. Heat pumps to heat homes are not a future technology. They're being used now, even in colder regions like the UP. If we want to talk about jobs, we need to put our time, energy, and skilled labor and intelligence into greener technologies and get off fossil fuels. I will end right now. Yep.
Okay, Eric, time's up.
So just want to say I urge you to deny the NPDES permit, and thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you for your comment, Eric. All right. Next up is Jeff Sparling. Jeff, we're going to unmute you. And just so everybody knows where we're at, we have about 20 hands raised still at this point.
Okay, very good. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. Many have stated the economic benefits of Line 5. Those ideas need to be couched in reality. This line is primarily not to serve Michigan customers. It is a connection from and to Ontario and its needs and wants. The propane and related gas services in Michigan supplied by Line 5 and Enbridge are easily handled by the remaining market participants and will not be missed, as substantiated by the state of Michigan on propane supply. The jobs are available in construction are simply temporary, not long-term. Enbridge's proposed Great Lakes tunnel projects will likely encounter difficult geologic conditions, including poor quality bedrock, fault zones, unconsolidated sediments, and high groundwater pressures, said Brian O'Mara, a geological engineer and 30-year veteran of tunnel projects, including high-risk open water tunnels and tunnels in the Great Lakes regions. What Enbridge has submitted to the state of Michigan does not come close to properly designing and preparing for a tunnel underwater, plain and simple. The current design plans have not been subject to a risk assessment, so the previous risk assessment for the initial design is no longer valid. The risk remains that a poor geotechnical study was the greatest risk to the project's success. It was assumed that a thorough geotechnical program and seismic study would be completed, but neither was. The risk assessment cited good rock conditions and minimal groundwater inflow were anticipated. However, the results of the studies conducted after the risk assessment, as well as those of earlier studies, show this is not the case. The risk assessment assumed that no naturally occurring toxic gases would be present, but methane was detected in the groundwater, and managing methane was not mentioned in Enbridge's design. The risk assessment assumed that the tunnel would be constructed on entirely solid bedrock. However, the current plan includes tunneling in poor bedrock and soft silts and clay that overlay it. Many have touted the potential environmental damage will be virtually zero. That is not zero, so the risk remains, especially as the fault of the line mentioned in a prior comment. Enbridge has demonstrated that it is not concerned with Michigan's environmental sustainability. It's focused on increasing its profits. Kalamazoo and numerous Line 5 spills in Michigan have been poorly addressed, and Enbridge has not accepted responsibility for full restoration or completed cleanup activities. The cost falls to the state and neighboring states. Corporate responsibility is not a part of long-term planning or ecological welfare. Profits are placed above all else. They are transactional and short-term. We cannot. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Yep, thank you, Jeff. All right, next up is Oliver Stroud, and then Ryan Stern. All right, you are unmuted. Are you there? Oliver?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. My name's Olivier Stroud. I'm from Lansing, Michigan, born and raised here. I just want to strongly urge for this permit to be denied. I'm listening to the entirety of this meeting. I'm utterly at a loss of words that this is even being considered, considering how climate change is moving faster than we previously thought was possible. What we have here is so special and unique, and I cannot believe again that this is even being considered. I didn't know that this was on top of a fault line. Our drinking water is going to be at risk. It's insane. And then to hear that this state of where our Great Lakes is already at, where are the jobs being created to fix the issue that Eagle has already allowed to happen. It's just incomprehensible. Being fully transparent, I invited a group of Eagle employees to listen to this meeting. Your workers who, run your organization. It doesn't matter what a governor or director says. Your organization is made up of workers who, honestly, all of them had to leave because they were sick to their stomach hearing what is, again, even being proposed. The human body can only last 3 days without water. This is common sense. Hearing Indigenous people saying that their livelihood is being at stake, even that phrase is annoying to me because what is the difference between my body and Indigenous persons? We're the same. We're the exact same. If they can't survive here, I can't survive here. My children can't survive here. We want jobs. Okay, can we stop creating an economy that is literally leading to the extinction of life on Earth? We can heat our homes a different way. We can drive cars differently. As other people have said, the technology is already here. Genuinely, what are we waiting for? What more could possibly, what more evidence do you need? I can't believe it. I also, being fully transparent, originally hearing about this pipeline, I thought that there was just a risk that oil could be spilled. Genuinely, what disqualifies a company from running in Michigan, if not millions of gallons of oil being spilled? Genuinely, what ecosystems already collapsing? What is this organization for? So that's all I have to say. We really can do better. We're the richest country in the world. We've created the first trillionaire. We can, I don't know, repair the harm that's been caused. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Olivia. All right, next up is Ryan Stern. After Ryan is done, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Don't think we'll go 10, but I think it's been an hour and a half, and we still have about 20 people left. So, Ryan, we are going to unmute you, and then we'll take a little break. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ryan Stern, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Michigan Building and Construction Trades Council in support of the reissuance of the permit necessary to advance the construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel project. Our organization represents thousands of skilled trades professionals across Michigan, men and women who build infrastructure that powers our economy, protects our communities, and supports our state's future. The proposed Great Lakes Tunnel is one of the most thoroughly reviewed infrastructure projects in Michigan history. State and federal agencies have spent years evaluating the project, reviewing engineering designs, environmental protections, and construction plans. For Michigan's skilled trades workforce, this project represents an opportunity to put highly trained union craftspeople to work on a complex infrastructure project that will generate family supporting wages, apprenticeship opportunities, and economic activity throughout northern Michigan and the Upper Peninsula. Labor organizations consistently supported the tunnel because it combines environmental protection, energy reliability, and good paying jobs. We respect that reasonable people may have different views about the broader Line 5 debate. However, the question before the regulators today is whether the permit should be reissued based on the applicable environmental standards and technical requirements. After years of review, extensive studies, and multiple rounds of public input, we believe the record supports moving this project forward. On behalf of Michigan's construction workforce, we urge Eagle to reissue the permit and allow this important project to proceed. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Ryan. All right. Looks like we still have 17 raised hands. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We plan on starting up at 10:41. So thank you all for your patience. We'll get rolling here again shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone. All right, before we get rolling, just a reminder to those folks on the phone. If you're on the phone, you want to make a comment, select *9, that will raise your hand in Zoom. And just so everybody knows where we're at with the queue, we have about 16 raised hands right now. Next up is Monica Cady, followed by Julie Wolf. And then it looks like we have a wireless caller. All right, so next up, Monica, you are unmuted. You can unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Ani, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, my name's Monica Cady. I'm a citizen of the Sioux tribe. I've been opposing the Line 5 tunnel, and it needs to be decommissioned. The Eagle needs to deny this permit. This is a very pristine area, and we do not want to flint the Great Lakes. We do not want this area industrialized. Eagle needs to reject the permit. My ancestors are from Mackinac Island. My relatives are in the book, the founding mothers of Mackinac Island, Mary Crow. She lived to be 113. The reason she lived so long was because of all the culturally significant plant medicines in the area. If this tunnel permit goes through, it'll destroy this area. Therefore, you will be committing environmental and cultural genocide and racial genocide by destroying our plant medicines, our fish, and our lifeways. I am an indigenous herbalist, and for the last 12 years, I've been documenting the plants in the path of this pipeline. There are many culturally significant plants, and that's why my relative lived to be 113. And guess what? She died on a poor farm because of the same colonizers coming and trying to destroy our water, exploit our water. Enbridge is trespassing. Enbridge is holding the Great Lakes hostage and needs to leave. Enbridge was evicted by our Attorney General, Dana Nessel, and our Governor, Gretchen Whitmer. They need to leave. They are not wanted here, and they are oppressing the Great Lakes. They are oppressors. They're predators. If this project goes through, it'll bring man camps, which leads to missing and murdered indigenous people. Do you want this blood on your hand? Blood of Native people, the death of the Great Lakes, the death of our whitefish, which are already in danger because of climate change. We had a hell of a winter this year. 3 feet of snow, March 15th, because the Great Lakes did not cool down. They were so warm that it snowed 3 feet, March 16th. Due to this, I had extensive flooding. For a whole month, my crawl space was flooded. We need to invest in renewable energy. We do not need to invest in oil. If this pipeline goes through, it's just going to flint the Great Lakes, where I was born in Flint. And my relatives, who are also Sioux Tribe members, were poisoned. So keep your poison out of the UP. Industrialization has already poisoned the Flint River. My Ojibwe Mohawk grandfather grew up swimming
Monica,
in the Flint River.
You're out of time. Do you have any more comments to wrap up?
Yes, I do. We need to, Eagle needs to reject the permit. There's numerous culturally significant plants. We don't want 7 million gallons of discharge destroying our Ojibwe lifeways. Stop this environmental and cultural genocide. Uphold the public trust
thanks,
doctrine.
Monica. We're going to have to move on now. But thank you
Okay,
for your comment.
Miigwech, thank you for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate all the youth that spoke up, and I've been waiting.
All right, thanks for your comment. Next up is Julie Wolf. All right, and then after that, a wireless caller. Julie, are you there?
Yes. Bonjour, Julie Wolf from Indigenous Class, Gachisibi, Adawa, and Anishinaabe. My name is Julie Wolf. I'm from the Little River Band of Ottawa Indians. Speaking out against Enbridge proposed NPDES permit for the Line 5 tunnel. This project threatens the waters, the fisheries, the treaty protected resources that sustain the Anishinaabe communities all across the Great Lakes. When we talk about this, we're talking about the seen and the unseen, the swimmers, the crawlers, the four-legged, the winged ones, and together with us, the two-legged. This tunnel is not a solution. This tunnel endangers our fisheries, it endangers wetlands and the tourism to our great state. Please do your job and honor tribal treaty rights and Great Lake laws. I urge you to reject this NPDES permit and all of the Line 5 tunnel permits. Protect the Great Lakes, reject the permits, shut down Line 5, water is life. Thank you for taking my comment.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up we have a wireless caller. We're gonna unmute you, and then it's gonna be Chris Gilmer-Hill, and then Corrine Lewis. All right, wireless caller, you are unmuted. I should have prompted you to unmute yourself. But it looks like you are you are still muted. Are you there? Looks like you're unmuted.
Yep, I'm here. All right.
You-
This is Travis Brady with the Michigan Building Trades. We're in support of reissuing the permits. You guys are the experts and have done your due diligence, and we're the experts in construction, and we'll do ours, and we want to make a safe pipeline even safer. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. All right, Chris Gilmer-Hill, and then Corrine Lewis, and then Joseph Torres. So Chris, you are unmuted on our end.
Good evening. Can I be heard?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Hi, my name is Chris Gilmer-Hill. I'm a lifelong Detroiter. I'm a union member in CWA Local 34022. I'm a candidate for State House in District 8, and I'm strongly opposed to this permit. I urge the board to vote this down in the interest of our entire state. I'd like to stress, as was brought up before, that the alternative to this is not the status quo. The alternative is shutting down Line 5 and protecting our water. We know, as is brought up by numerous previous commenters, that there wouldn't be much negative impact to Michiganders by shutting down Line 5. At its core, this is a pipeline to transport fossil fuel products from one part of Canada to another part of Canada on behalf of a Canadian company. This is not something that materially benefits Michiganders, and certainly there is not a benefit that outweighs the massive harm to the entire state that would be done by any amount of meaningful oil spill or anything going wrong, as has happened all around the world. As other commenters have mentioned, this is not the only way that we can bring union jobs and economic development to northern Michigan. Even just doing what we were legally supposed to have already done, decommissioning Line 5, has been shown that would create more union jobs. There's more benefit to the entire state by forcing this to shut down, by shifting to alternative methods of moving around oil, and ideally by continuing to invest in shifting away from oil and fossil fuels altogether. I was asking for this in the interest of the future generations in our state. As a young person who grew up in Michigan, who loves Michigan, I know that our future is what's at stake here. And with that in mind, I'm urging you to deny this permit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Corrine Lewis, and then Joseph Torres. So Corrine, you are unmuted. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, I want to say bonjour, Wingagda Kiwadwankwe, Mishika Minis and Donjaba, Mishika and Doram. I am calling in to say that I oppose approving this permit. I have a friend who's worked for the EPA for over 30 years, and I know how things work. If they have a huge spill, they are allowed to pay money to make up for it. and do a little cleanup, but that still damages the spiritual integrity of the water. You can't change that once you damage the water. It's in there. It's like fractals that it affects everything. I know that the president of the United States is in cahoots. We've known that for 7 years. He's still not been charged with anything, and he's for pro oil, and so because that they're not going to do anything about him being involved in trafficking, and I know about the man camps that happen all around big oil, and that the most trafficked people are Anishinaabe people. That's little kids, women, men, everybody. And so I've been thinking, I've been praying about this for years, wondering why would they take a Canadian oil company, cut through the fresh body of water, the largest fresh body of water, and then cut back over to Canada. And I can't help but think, but it's because that they're in cahoots with trafficking. And they have those tunnels that they can transport people through or hide people in. And aside from all the things that everybody said about what it's going to do to the water, and is that our minute? Or
Yep, 1 minute.
Okay.
You got a minute.
There's no way that they can guarantee complete safety from natural disasters, earthquakes, fault line shifts, spills, or human error. And the people that I keep hearing speaking on behalf of the native tribes here have no right to do that. I can't even speak for other tribes. I'm a member of Little River Band of Ottawa Indians, and I'm a tribal elder, and I speak for myself and I speak for my tribe, but I can't speak for all the other tribes, and nobody else can do that either. And they're trying to make it look like they're all in support of this, and I can tell you pretty much from what I know, they are not. We are not. And I implore you to protect our water, to protect our people from trafficking, and vote this down. Miigwech.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Joseph Torres, and then after Joseph is Jake Spotted Wolf. All right, are you there, Joseph?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello, everybody. Yep, my name is Joseph Torres. I'm a local 798 business agent. I represent the skilled men and women who work on projects all over the U.S. Michigan is a state that I cover and care for as well. I'm speaking in support of the reissuance of the NPDES permit for Enbridge. After researching and reading all of the documents from both sides and hearing some of the questions answered earlier, I do believe Enbridge is committed to safely and effectively treating and releasing the water that is to be used for the Michigan Line 5 tunnel project. The permit processing guidelines are by no means lenient, as you can see. The proposed protocols and designed and are to comply with rigorous environmental protection and safety mandates to ensure the massive volume of wastewater meets strict Great Lake water quality standards before it enters the Straits of Mackinac. It is my understanding that Enbridge must route all water through automated multi-tiered engineering systems. This includes a slurry treatment facility, physical and chemical contaminant separation, advanced closed-loop recycling, natural infiltration for stormwater and hydrostatic water filtering, and automated monitoring and safeguards. The Michigan Department of Environmental and Great Lakes excuse me, and Energy asserts that the draft NPDES permit enforces highly protected, legal binding benchmarks. These stipulations cover drinking water standards, requirements, strict influent limitations, temperature caps, and continuous testing. Oppositions to this permit is something that is understandable. It is human nature to reject situations and ideas that people may not fully be updated on or correctly perceived. I encourage all sides to do their own research on not only the NPDES permit, but but on other projects that have been issued the same permits. It is great to know that so many people care about Michigan, as do I, and the beautiful lakes and the ecosystem. But I do believe that Enbridge is taken all the proper steps to complete this project safely and with least impact on the environment. I think that this process has been on hold for long enough, and I encourage that this permit gets approved so that this project can move forward. I want to thank you all for your time, and y'all have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. All right. Next up, just to give you a heads up, we have about 11 more people raised hand-wise at this point. Jake Spotted Wolf and then Emily Woodcock are next. So Jake, I just unmuted you. You can unmute yourself and make your statement.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, my name is Jake Spotted Wolf. My non-government name is Awamni Washde Kongu Winyan, and that translates to the Good Road Woman, walks the Good Road Woman in my homelands of Hidaza territory, Assiniboine and Sioux, out in the Plains area of the United States. If I had the same track record as Enbridge and all the disasters, pipeline failures, aquifer breaches, and sharing competence, not only would I not be allowed to go forward with the pipeline job I've been tasked with, I would never have been considered or for the job in the first place. Not to mind that Enbridge is a foreign company allowed to pollute domestic waters, yet the patriots that demand this tunnel don't seem to mind that a foreign company has been continually allowed to destroy domestic waters, reservation spaces, and pristine lands once untouched by environmental disasters. As is statistically proven by concrete data, the jobs that come from new pipeline projects happen on the front end only during construction. That Enbridge will bring new jobs is a fabrication of truth meant to be sold to desperate, hungry, resource-scarce Americans trying to feed their families and so terrified of science that they will swallow the propaganda sold to them to assuage their fears in lieu of respecting the tremendous data published showing dangers of pipeline projects. The ploy works on them, but they will also suffer the devastating effects of line failure to the extent that their recreational, hunting, fishing, and drinking access will also be destroyed. Their money long gone after the pipeline is built, finding that they can't drink the oil they so valiantly fought for. Eagle reps, allowing this project to be permitted will prove that you are anti-science, anti-data, anti-community interest, anti-environmental safety, anti-clean energy innovation, and definitely anti-Native American. But you will be pro-corruption, pro-sex trafficking, rape, and sexual assault of the missing and murdered Indigenous women that increases with every man camp on any pipeline project constructed across America to date. And you will be pro-environmental destruction and essentially pro-treason by allowing a foreign company to violate domestic waters so horribly. People in favor of this pipeline, community members or decision makers, need to also admit that each Enbridge accident and incident that Enbridge's bad policies and failures have caused in other states with other pipeline projects has continually cost other states, and that cost will land in the pockets of Michigan taxpayers. That cost and the cost of what will be lost due to ecological destruction will be a small, infinitely small fraction of any jobs and any profits that Enbridge would bring for tunnel construction. I implore each decision maker on this call to think about the last time you came in contact with water. Now think of that glass of water, that refreshing swim, that morning shower, that cup of coffee that water was used to make. Think of that shower covering you in oil. Think of that drinking water with an oil slick resting on top. Think of the birds out your window, black and oily from coming in contact with the spill. That was the future you could have prevented if you would have listened to science, tribes, community members, environmental justice advocates, and thousands of years of Indigenous wisdom. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your comment.
Yep.
All right. Next up is Emily Woodcock, and after Emily is Catherine DeLiga. So Emily, you are unmuted, and you can begin when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Good evening, and thanks for your time. My name is Emily Woodcock, and I'm the Interim Michigan Director for Clean Water Action. Before this role, I was the Canvas Director for our Ann Arbor office, and myself and my staff have spoken to tens of thousands of Michiganders across the state opposed to this dangerous tunnel. In this application, Enbridge has failed to prove that its tunnel construction wastewater, additives, slurry materials, sediment, oil and grease, and water withdrawals will not harm Lake Michigan or the Straits of Mackinac. Even if the 73-year-old Line 5 pipeline holds, the tunnel construction and wastewater associated would be devastating. This is not a routine wastewater permit. This tunnel would irreparably harm the Straits of Mackinac, one of the most ecologically significant areas of the most important freshwater resource in the world. The Straits of Mackinac and Lakes Michigan and Huron support fisheries, drinking water supplies, recreation, tourism, and treaty-protected tribal resources. Michigan needs those to ensure a sustainable future. Michigan does not need a destructive fossil fuel tunnel plowing through such an important waterway. This is not about financial gain. It's about wastewater in the lake, up to 7 million gallons per day of discharge to Lake Michigan. It's about what the future holds for an irreplaceable resource, all for the benefit of a shortcut so Enbridge can profit. Eagle must hold them to the highest of standards that our most precious resource requires. Here's what's missing from the current permit application. Enforceable water quality based effluent limits for pollutants reasonably expected to be present in tunnel construction, wastewater, and boring operations. A complete reasonable potential analysis demonstrating compliance with Michigan water quality standards should have been included. Comprehensive routine monitoring, including publicly available checks for metals, hydrocarbons, PFAS, and any other potential contaminants and disruptions that could negatively impact the straits. Before authorizing millions of gallons of industrial wastewater discharges, Eagle should demonstrate that existing uses will be fully protected, degradation will not occur, discharge minimalization measures have been maximized, and less damaging alternatives have been fully evaluated. Independent third-party verification sampling, permit reopener provisions, and adaptive management requirements that would allow Eagle to strengthen permit conditions if monitoring reveals unexpected pollutants or adverse environmental impacts. The burden should be on the applicant to demonstrate that this discharge can occur without degrading water quality or harming the resources that make the Straits of Mackinac one of the most valuable freshwater ecosystems in the world. The current draft permit does not meet that standard. Because of the proposed discharge volume, duration, pollutant, and treatment uncertainty, receiving water sensitivity, and cumulative impacts, the public interest means that Eagle cannot legally authorize an NPDES permit for this proposed tunnel project.
All right.
Last sentence. The decision is clear, both in terms of protecting the Great Lakes and in regards to this inadequate application. Eagle must deny Enbridge this permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right. Next up is Catherine Zaliga, and then after Catherine is Anne Lasovage. Catherine, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Thanks for offering this opportunity for public comment. My name is Catherine Daligo. I'm a lifelong Michigan resident, mostly in Metro Detroit. My family being relative newcomers to the state. I'm the middle generation of 5 who've lived here. I do speak in solidarity with the tribal advocates who've been fighting on behalf of defending their treaty rights for generations, which not incidentally help us all. Tonight, I am offering public comment from family property in Rogers City, which is a region on the shore of Lake Huron at high risk of catastrophic damage in the event of a Line 5 rupture under the Straits. I'm also the co-facilitator of Third Act Michigan, a state-based working group of a national organization of elders advocating for a sustainable future for all of us. This pipeline is 5 years older than I am. Humans have a longer life expectancy than pipelines, and as we know, Line 5 is already 23 years past its original projected lifespan. I urge Eagle to deny the NPDES permit for the tunnel project to replace the Line 5 dual pipelines. This permit request is one of many points at which it would and should be possible to stop the construction of this unproven technology for a tunnel of this type. Having Enbridge attest to the safety of this project is like having a fox assess the security of a henhouse. Others have commented on their abysmal track record. I'll add that it is supremely irresponsible for a Canadian company to continue to exploit their fossil fuel deposits when the damage to our planet and our atmosphere are already close to locking in irreversible consequences. The record-breaking boreal forest fires of the past few years in Canada ought to be an object lesson to all of us, not something to downplay. Construction of this tunnel would mean doubling down on an obsolete energy source, locking us in for decades to a fossil fuel infrastructure that harms us at every stage of the process, from extraction to transport to refinement to burning. We have better solutions, and it is time we implement them full speed ahead. Jobs for decommissioning the pipeline and transitioning to new green energy sources would exceed the prospects created by tunnel construction. It is time to stop passing the buck and to say no to the tunnel and to Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up, Anne Lasovage, and then after Anne is Andrew Sarpolis. So Anne, you are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for staying this long. This is not how I expected to spend my evening. You can hear me, right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. So lots of people spoke tonight, and there were some that I said, yep, exactly that. Some I said, oh, yep, that's right on the Enbridge pamphlet, and that's on the commercial. I'm not going to repeat all of the really eloquent things that others have said, because I only have 3 minutes, but I do want to talk about evaluating risk. If you lose a penny, nobody cares. If you lose $1, most people are fine with that. Enbridge can lose millions of dollars without blinking. If you look at the totals they paid out for Kalamazoo and compare it to their quarterly profit, you'll see the facts. Enbridge is in this for the money. Anybody who says they're an environmental company and they have our best interests is just naive. But what value do we have on the Great Lakes? Isn't any scenario that damages our Great Lakes a worst case scenario? It doesn't have to be catastrophic like the Exxon Valdez or like Kalamazoo. All pollution that can be prevented should be prevented. Someone asked earlier if you would drink the water coming out of the effluent pipe. We could ask, well, would you water your lawn with it? Would you wash your clothes with it? Would you put it in your baby formula? Just because the lakes are large does not mean small amounts of pollution should be tolerated. We've learned that lesson, or we should have, that dilution is not the solution. We know a tiny amount of some things is bad. We measure lead in parts per million. We measure PFAS in parts per trillion. And if we'd only prevented the pollution going into the water in the first place, Flint and Rockford and Oscoda and all of the other affected communities, in fact, it's all of the communities, but those are in particularly affected, they'd be in different situations today. And Enbridge has not even been requested, but hasn't identified what exactly the pollutants might or might not be. And in fact, they're not a might be put into the Great Lakes. These are things that are definitely going to be put into the Great Lakes. And I stayed on this call until 11 o'clock at the sacrifice of all the other things I was going to do, because this is outrageous. What we don't know can hurt us. Enbridge calculus is based on a monetary profit margin. Eagle, your calculus must be made on the value of the Great Lakes and their ecosystems, and there is no monetary amount that can equal that. You hold the lands in public trust. Don't violate the public's trust. You have a choice to try something new. Say no. And when big money comes back again, say no again. There are legal reasons to say no. There are ethical reasons to say no. It is your job to say no. Don't let the people of Michigan or this planet in a year or a decade or a half century wish that we had done things differently today. Make the right choice today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Anne. All right, next up, Andrew Sarpolis, and then Chris Tebbins. So Andrew, you are unmuted, and you can begin your comment now.
Great, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Andrew. I'm very involved in the community, but just representing myself tonight in my comment. I wasn't going to speak, but after listening for quite a while, I felt like I should say something. First off, this is an issue that's really near and dear to me. I'm a fourth generation Michigander. My great grandparents came here. Me and my partner were very lucky to welcome about 2 years ago now a fifth generation Michigander to our family. So we are very connected to Michigan. I was a Boy Scout from a very early age. I went all the way to Eagle Scout. I camped all over the state. The Straits of Mackinac were a very frequent destination for me. So there's a lot of value to the water. And, I have a lot of memories of it. And it's extremely important to protect. So I just want to say I come to it from that perspective on a very personal level. Couple observations. So many folks have said so many great things, and I don't think there's a lot I can add. Honestly, I think Eagles heard most of it. If I can be totally clear here, it reminds me a little bit. I've followed Eagle for a number of years, even when I was back when it was called MDEQ. And this reminds me a little bit of around 2015 when community members were told about Flint, that there was no big issue. And even lesser known, that same director of MDEQ, Brad Werfel, called me and a couple of my colleagues, people that were performing quote unquote street theater, when we tried to go after the sulfur dioxide issue in Southwest Detroit. And MDEQ said, "Oh, that's great. Don't worry about it. We've got all the scientists, we got all the experts." And they passed a ton of bad permits, and they actually ended up in federal non-attainment. And then they had to come in and fix that problem. So a lot of folks sort of appeal to authority here. They say Eagle's got the expertise and stuff, but Eagle has made mistakes many times. And I would really urge you to take a very close look at this permit, because this has very serious consequences for Michigan. And, we can't make this mistake again. The other observations I'll make are that pretty much every environmental organization is against this. And so we hear a lot about safety, safety, safety. The folks that spend their day looking at Great Lakes policy and how we protect it and, really standing up and valuing it, they're all against it. And most of the folks for it all have a direct economic interest. I think, we don't need to be an expert to see what's happening here. There's a very clear bias on the folks that care about the Great Lakes saying no to this. And we should really be listening to that. And trying to think, I think there was one other point I was going to make here. But I'm not remembering it now. So anyway, in summary, I oppose this permit. I hope that Eagle will oppose it. It's not right for Michigan, and we can stand up and we can say no and protect our Great Lakes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Chris Tebbins, and then after Chris is Buttons Got You. And it looks like there's 7 people left after Chris, or 7 raised hands at the moment. If there's anybody else who has not made a comment yet and would like to, you're more than welcome to raise your hand. If you're on the phone, you can select *9, that will raise your hand in Zoom. All right, Chris, we are unmuting you, and you can unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. Unlike a lot of people who have been on this call, I am not a native Michigander. I grew up about 30 minutes south of Gary, Indiana. I was in the Navy. I moved all over the country. I was in upstate New York for 10 years, where there was a massive long cleanup of PFAS chemicals in the Hudson waterway up north of Saratoga Springs and Albany. And so the fallout in that community had just been terrible, and it's still going on from the General Electric community up there that they've been dealing with. And I have moved to Michigan in 2019, and I absolutely love the state. I plan on staying here for the rest of my time here. I'm currently a library trustee of the Ypsilanti District Library and really putting in the work to make my community as good as it can. And it really pains me to see all these people who have been many generations here in Michigan, back before even recorded history, having to deal with the continued attacks on their water sources and just the pollution that is going on with this, and the potential to continue on increasing the pollution in the Great Lakes, which is Michigan's #1 natural resource. Especially hearing about how this isn't going to even benefit in the long term. It'll benefit some short-term construction jobs, which I understand jobs are great, but in the long term, this is not a job for Michiganders. This is not going to benefit Michiganders. It's not going to benefit our environment and not going to benefit our community. So I'm hoping that Eagle kind of takes a look at their environmental and their Great Lakes before their energy duties, and really stands up and protects the water for not just everyone who's around now, but also for the future of Michiganders. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Buttons Got You, and then Barbara Watula, and then Emma Ronan. All right, so Buttons, you are unmuted on our end. You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening. It means a lot to me. My first question to Eagle is, what makes anyone believe that Enbridge will adhere to any permits that you may grant? Enbridge lies, Enbridge is rogue, and Enbridge cannot be trusted. During the construction of Line 3, they breached aquifers, they intentionally violated permits, and they failed to report spills over and over again. Line 5 is actively rotting beneath the Great Lakes for 73 years now. Federal judges have ruled that they've been trespassing in the Bad River Reservation for over 10 years. This tunnel project is supposed to take another 6 years. The Great Lakes cannot wait. Line 5 must be shut down now. We all know that the system is fractured. There's one entity that rules over navigable waterways, one entity that rules over critical infrastructure, and no one looks back at the big picture. Who is responsible for holding our land and water in trust? Who will be responsible for regulations? Who will be responsible for enforcing when Enbridge ultimately violates the permits that are granted? The Great Lakes Compact, why is Michigan the only one that gets to decide the fate of our Great Lakes? We have Wisconsin, we have Michigan, we have Canada, all of these states and entities that live around the Great Lakes and depend on this water. How sick are we to believe that a little Dawn dish soap will cleanse us of the sludge that Enbridge is planning on pumping into the Great Lakes? The Winter Superman Fortress that is on Lake Superior and Lake Huron, at the Straits of Mackinac, they have no plans to how they can stop any of these oil spills from happening. No viable protective measures are in place. I urge Eagle to deny this permit, as Enbridge cannot be trusted. They will lie. They will go against their permits that are granted. They stole water out of fire hydrants in Grand Forks, Minnesota. They cannot be trusted. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's late. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. All right, next up, Barbara Watula, then Emma Ronan, and then Nathan Wright. So Barbara, you are unmuted. And you can unmute yourself. I just need to press the microphone button that you'll see in your Zoom toolbar, and that should unmute you.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. You can begin when you're ready.
Okay, I'm Barbara Toole. I'm calling from Ann Arbor, Michigan. So much great has been said tonight about the problems with this Line 5. I will be short and sweet. Please deny this permit. Line 5 merely relocates the current risks and fails to protect the Great Lakes. This is a project plan with gaps and many downstream consequences which are being ignored. How many spills are acceptable in the Great Lakes? I say none. We are the stewards of the Great Lakes. No amount of money is worth harming them. In addition, we must respect the treaty rights of the Michigan Indigenous people. I urge you to deny this permit. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Barbara.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next up, Emma Ronan, Nathan Wright, and then Ryan Sistad. So Emma, you are unmuted.
Can you hear?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I like off of you have to be it's too in.
You're breaking up a little bit, Emma.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
In general, nobody make the right decisions. They're at the 5th grade going to keep it base and complex here. You know,
it's still cutting in and out for some reason.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
It's cutting out. You can go ahead and make your comment. We'll make out what we can. And then you may want to provide follow-up comments if you'd like. And we'll provide those other ways to make a comment if it's still causing an issue. But go ahead.
Same thing. I'm very frustrated. Retirees to expect the outcome of their pipeline. Youth are the ones who at this time.
All right. Yeah, it was very difficult to make out, Emma, but thank you. All right, next up is Nathan Wright, and then Ryan Sistad, and then Kristen Murphy. So Nathan, you are unmuted.
All right. Good evening. My name is Nathan Wright. I am a Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians member, descendant of Kagiash, a signer of the 1836 Treaty of Washington, a United States Marine veteran, founder of Herbal Lodge, and an educator who teaches Indigenous herbalism, food sovereignty, and Great Lakes traditions throughout the region. I urge EGLE to reject the permits for the Line 5 tunnel. For me, this issue is not simply about oil. It's about protecting a place that has sustained my people since time immemorial. I harvest medicines around the Straits, just as my ancestors did for generations before me. The waters, forests, shorelines, and plants of this region are simply not a resource. They are sacred. They are part of who we are as Anishinaabe people. I am proud among the few modern-day Anishinaabe people who still spend countless days roaming these lands and waters, harvesting medicines and traditional foods, much as our ancestors did. My concerns do not come from reports, studies, consultants, or corporate documents. They come from what I've witnessed with my own eyes over decades spent on the land and water. I know where the medicines grow, where the fish spawn, and how closely connected everything is. Over the years, I've encountered a charging 500-pound bear, chased by a mountain lion, and experienced a natural world that a few people will ever in their life. Those experiences have deepened my connection to this place. When I speak about the risks of the Straits, I speak from lived experience and a lifetime of relationship with these lands and waters. I ask each of you to imagine a pipeline beneath your church, through your cemetery, where your grandparents are buried, or across the garden that helps feed your family. The Straits are not simply a location on the map. They're a place of prayer, history, memory, and identity. Our creation stories are connected to this place, and the region still contains burial sites of our ancestors. Nearly 200 years ago, my ancestor Kalgayash placed his mark on the 1836 treaty. He did so with the understanding that his descendants would continue to hunt, fish, gather medicines, and live from these lands and waters as our people always have. Today, I stand before you as one of those descendants. When I harvest medicines along the Straits, I'm exercising the very rights Kagiash sought to protect. When our people fish these waters and gather from the forest, we are fulfilling the promise that was meant to endure for generations. That promise did not end in 1836. It lives on today. As a United States Marine Corps veteran, I was taught that some things are worth defending. Today, I continue that service by protecting the water, forest, and natural resources. Before I close, I want to thank the younger people who have spoken up. Long after we're gone, they will have the consequences of the decisions made here. Their futures deserve more consideration than the desire of corporations and increased profits of those who benefit financially from these projects. When Kagiash signed the treaty, he was thinking about future generations. Today, we have the same responsibility. The question before us is not whether we can build the tunnel. The question before us is whether we have the wisdom to protect that cannot be replaced. What cannot be replaced?
All right, Nathan, your time's up. It'd be great if you could wrap up.
Okay, I respectfully ask EGLE to protect these waters, respect our treaty rights, and deny these permits. Miigwech.
All right, thanks for your comment. All right, next up is Ryan Sistad, and then Kristen Murphy, followed by Jessica Meadows. So Ryan, you are unmuted. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for having me. Good evening. My name is Ryan Sistad. I'm the executive director. But in our backyard, we advocate for responsible industrial development, both in Michigan and throughout the upper Midwest. I'm calling in support of the approval of Enbridge's NPDES permit for the Great Lakes Tunnel project. This permit has already undergone years of technical review, public input, and environmental scrutiny. Eagle previously determined that the project would not harm the Great Lakes water quality, and the draft renewal includes even stronger monitoring and discharge requirements to further protect the Straits and the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes Tunnel Project is a common sense solution that helps safeguard the waters of the Great Lakes while ensuring that the continued transportation of affordable, reliable energy that Michigan families, businesses, and industries depend on every day will flow safely and responsibly. The project will also generate significant economic benefits, including good-paying union construction jobs, support for local businesses, and long-term investment in a region that has been declining economically for decades. This project has been thoroughly studied, responsibly designed, and widely supported. It's time to move the Great Lakes Tunnel project forward and reissue the permit. Thank you for the time and your consideration, and have a great night.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Ryan. All right, next up, Kristen Murphy, and then Jessica Meadows, and then Devin Copery. And those currently are our last three raised hands. If you haven't made a comment yet and would like to, feel free to raise your hand in Zoom. If you're on the phone, select *9. All right, so Kristen, you are unmuted. You can begin when you're ready.
Great, thank you. My name is Kristen Murphy. My family has been vacationing in and living in the Little Traverse Bay area for more than 60 years. I am opposed to the building of this tunnel and in favor of shutting down Line 5 completely. However, I know this call is specifically about the discharge permit. My concern is what the discharge and potential unknown chemicals in it will do to the water. The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services already publishes an Eat Safe Fish guide because the fish in the Great Lakes and most of our inland lakes and rivers are already contaminated with chemicals. The report recommends only eating 1 to 4 servings of different fish per month, while some like whitefish, walleye, and lake trout are only 6 per year, and some are even listed as do not eat. How did we get here? Obviously, decisions like the one you are making today now were made with what is best for the Great Lakes in mind. Unfortunately, the wrong decisions were made. I implore you to make the right decision this time and do what is best for the lakes and waterways of Michigan and deny this discharge permit. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Kristen. All right. Next up, Jessica Meadows, followed by Devin Coopery. All right, Jessica, you are unmuted on our end. Yep, there you are. You can begin when you're ready. Are you there, Jessica? Looks like you're unmuted. You might have to change your microphone settings so we can hear you. All right. All right, well, are you there? All right, what we'll do is go to Devin, and then we'll come back to you, Jessica. All right, so Devin, looks like we just lost Devin. I'm assuming Devin changed their minds. Oh, there you are.
Hi, my name is Devin Caperi. I am a resident of Minnesota and I grew up in Milwaukee, not far from Lake Michigan. And the Great Lakes have a very dear place in my heart. I also am very familiar with Enbridge's record in Minnesota with its construction of Line 3 and Enbridge misled our public agencies about the risk of frackouts, contaminated waterways in Minnesota, breached aquifers illegally. This is a company that can't be trusted. And I urge EGLE to deny the wastewater discharge permit into the Great Lakes. And for the state of Michigan, I'm deeply concerned about this plan to discharge 6 million gallons of wastewater a day into the Great Lakes, a source of drinking water for 40 million people that on its face just seems crazy. And yeah, doesn't take common sense tells you that that's a really dangerous idea. And especially with the the Enbridge record of misleading public agencies and contaminating waterways. So I urge you to deny this permit, and this pipeline needs to be shut down as fast as possible. Every day it's operating, it's a massive risk, oil spill risk to the Great Lakes, contaminate hundreds of miles of our beautiful shorelines. If it ruptures, and it could happen any day. So please do the common sense thing, support a shutdown of Line 5, and deny this permit.
Thanks for your comment, Devin. All right, Jessica Meadows is next, and then looks like Nicolette Generis has her hand raised. Jessica, you are unmuted.
All right, let's try this again. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Jessica Meadows. I'm a Washtenaw County resident and UP landowner. I'm speaking today to urge Eagle to deny the wastewater permit. I heat my home in the UP with propane during the coldest months of the year, recreating and enjoying the natural beauty of the UP. Quite simply, I would rather pay a little more for propane than reap the devastating impacts of the Line 5 tunnel and infrastructure that is sure to come the longer the pipeline flows. I'm greatly involved in outdoor recreation and deeply connected to the lands, plants, and animals, but unfortunately, I don't regularly allow myself to eat fish from any inland Michigan lake or the Great Lakes due to PFAS that contribute to cancer and compounding bodily harm. Allowing this permit would further contribute to the poisoning of the Great Lakes. A few years ago, I moved from Michigan and lived for 2 years on the western slope of Colorado in a peach and wine community of Palisade. I saw firsthand the importance of water flowing through the Colorado River that sustains agriculture and business in the western slope. I see today how snowfall impacts the Colorado River Basin and all life in the American Southwest. The fight for water in the U.S. due to the climate crisis has only just begun, and I do foresee safeguarding the Great Lakes as crucially important to our livable futures. Our lives depend on protecting the Great Lakes instead of selling out our resources. In Michigan, we are uniquely positioned with 21% of the world's surface freshwater surrounding us. Michiganders and Eagle have an obligation to protect this water for the future of humanity and wildlife. Oil flowing through the Great Lakes in any capacity is not protecting the Great Lakes. The risk is simply too great. Every person who has commented in support of the pipeline before me has mentioned money and the economy. I get it, because we are all surviving under the negative aspects of capitalism. But what happens when we slowly poison the environment, destroy native wetlands, and damage the Great Lakes forever? Our way of life is currently unsustainable. The approval of this permit is yet another compounding risk to our environmental future and digging ourselves deeper into the pockets of big oil. We must move forward in a better and more sustainable way. Based on everything I know about Enbridge's terrible track record, they cannot be trusted to act responsibly and protect our waters. They agree to the terms and regulations, then account for fines and penalties when they do not meet the water quality standards or when they have spills. 80 to 95% of the crude oil flows from Canada to Canada, and they send it through Michigan, are in our most fragile waterway in the Great Lakes, instead of going around the north of Lake Superior, simply due to money and our willingness as a state to sell off our water security. How are the majority of Michiganders skeptical of AI data centers and their impact on water and energy, yet some Michiganders are willing to sell off one of the world's greatest, most pristine natural resources for a few pennies of cheaper energy? Allowing Line 5 to operate and allowing this permit is harming the Great Lakes, wildlife, tribal communities, and their treaty rights, as well as our collective health. Water is life. I'm urging Eagle to deny the wastewater permit and shut down Line 5. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for your comments, Jessica. All right. Next up is Nicolette Generis. All right, Nicolette, you are unmuted on our end. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you for your time. And thank you for listening to the people that so strongly oppose this permit. Thank you for doing the right thing. I trust that you will make the right decision. You, Eagle, are given this responsibility. Please, we implore you to take care of Michigan water. Enbridge has proven that they are not willing to follow any guidelines. Thank you for doing the right thing.
Thank you for your comment. All right. That's the last raised hand I have at this point. If there's anybody else who has not made a comment yet but would like to, feel free to raise your hand in Zoom by selecting the raise hand icon, or if you're on the phone, select *9. If we don't have further comments, I'll read the closing statement, and then we'll go through those other ways to make a comment that we went through before in case you ran out of time or decided not to make your comment tonight. And then we'll go through contact information in case you have follow-up questions. All right, and I am still not seeing, I see one hand raised, and I believe, let's see, Matthew Bork. We're going to unmute you. Did you provide a comment already, Matthew? Are you? Yeah, it looks like you, Matthew, are you there? Did you already provide a comment? Looks like your hand is raised. We can take another comment if somebody.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, this is River Ackerman. I'm just on Matthew's computer.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. So, I my parents have property about 13 miles from where the line runs in northern Michigan, and I grew up swimming in Sturgeon Bay, and I just am really concerned about the impacts of dumping wastewater into the Great Lakes. I've seen Enbridge's track record, and um, and I just don't think it's a good idea to move forward with this. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say there.
All right. Thanks for your comment.
Yep.
All right. We have a couple more seconds in case somebody else on the line. All right. Is there somebody else on the line on Matthew Bork's account?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Who is this?
What the heck?
They should be able to hear you.
Yeah, but my speaker's all the way off. Bonjour.
Hello. Is there someone else there who would like to make a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Bonjour. My name is Joe Bates. I'm a Bad River Tribal member. I live and reside on the Bad River Reservation in northern Wisconsin. And I was calling in to also express my displeasure with what Enbridge is doing. And currently we are facing a reroute around our reservation, and I've been out observing what they're doing. And actually today I was watching them drill with an HDD, and I watched that slurry come right out of the drill hole and areas around the drill hole. I can't imagine what it would be like for them to put a big drill underneath the bed of the Straits. And also, in seeing this slurry, this is stuff that they're bringing back to Ashland, Wisconsin, and supposedly they're running it through a filter system, but we still have proprietary fluids, ingredients that's in that compound that they use for drilling. I don't see how that is going to benefit Lake Superior region. Personally, Line 5 is not needed. It's not safe. It's 23 years beyond its life expectancy. Here in the Bad River Reservation, we're faced daily with an illegal trespass, as well as undue enrichment through their continued trespass, which the court is allowing them to do. I'm against Enbridge and any means that they want to keep this outdated pipeline going. And thank you very much for hearing me out. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for your comment. Is there anybody else on this line who has not made a comment yet? Just to confirm?
No.
Okay. All right, thanks for your comment. All right. Is there anybody else out there who has not made a comment yet who would like to make a comment? Again, you can select the raise hand icon or select *9 if you're on the phone. As I was mentioning before, if we don't have any other raised hands, I will go through the closing statement, and we'll go through those other ways to make a comment in case you ran out of time or decided not to tonight. And we've already put those other ways in the chat for you. So I am not seeing any other raised hands, so we're going to go ahead and close out the hearing. And I'm going to read the closing statement to close that out. All right. As a reminder, the public comment period for accepting written comments is open until June 30th, 2026. The department will consider all comments received. Written comments may be submitted online in our MyEnviro database. A link is provided in the chat directly to the comment submittal form. Comments can also be submitted to Hannah Schroeder Larkins at the following address: Water Resources Division, EGLE, Post Office Box 30458, Lansing, Michigan 48909-7958. Thank you for your comments and cooperation. We appreciate your interest and that you took the time to be here today. Public hearing is now closed. Thank you again. So we have those other ways to make a comment in the chat. We also have it on your screen, and the other way is by email that wasn't mentioned in that closing statement to eagle-enbridge-public-comments@michigan.gov. And this comment period will be open through June 30th. All right, in case you have additional questions, you can contact Hannah Schroeder Larkins, who's the industrial permit writer for this permit. Hannah's phone number is 517-245-2090. That's 517-245-2090, or at schroederlarkinsh@michigan.gov by email, and that's schroederlarkins@michigan.gov. All right, before we close out, I'm wondering, Andrea, if you have any closing comments for us tonight.
Yes. I want to say thank you for everybody being here, participating, taking time. This was a very important and good conversation. We appreciate your engagement, your questions, your comments. So your participation actually is ensuring that we're making an informed and a thoughtful decision. So if you have any additional questions or comments, as Ryan stated, please reach out to us. There are several ways, and the closing day is June 30th. Thanks again, and have a good night.
Many thanks, Andrea, and to our panelists and for all of you for staying on so late and joining us and making those, such great comments and sticking around with us tonight. I think last thing I'll leave you with is just a reminder that this hearing was recorded. It will be posted on Eagle's YouTube channel, probably on Monday. So you can check for it there. With that, I hope you all have a great rest of your night, and thanks again.
Thanks, everyone.